Cryptid encounters. How's everybody doing this late night evening? I hope everybody is doing well. Uh, got me a lot of rest. Uh, I slept like a long time. That got me in rest, a good rest that I feel very good right now. Uh, Trying to make this spiritual life here for those that are still up. I might take off my glasses because of the glare uh, of the lights. I'm not sure, or I might just set up those lights just to see how it looks so it won't reflect against my glasses. There you go. I think that's better. I hope everybody is doing well tonight. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share to a couple of my groups that I'm affiliated with. Okay, I am back. I shared to to the groups that I'm a moderator admin of that allow me to place my contact on there. I hope everybody is doing good this evening, late night evening. This is a video that I'm making to address some issues, but mainly for just to speak spiritually for y'all tonight. Uh, Trying to bring the spiritual awareness to those that want a relationship with the Heavenly Father, that have faith and believe in Him. This is what this video is about tonight. We're going to talk about all the topics, but what I want to focus on tonight is about the spiritual gifts of discernment. That's what I want to talk about. The spiritual gifts of discernment. You know, people might ask, what are the spiritual gifts of discernment? I'm here to tell you that there are spiritual gifts that God blesses you when you do certain things. Uh, how you can obtain the spiritual gift of discernment that He blesses you is by disassociating yourself with any kind of negative spiritual openings, whether it be anger, hatred, vengeance, uh, generational curses, unforgiveness. He wants you to separate yourself from any kind of negative attachments that are preventing you to move on forward spiritually, and also that might be stopping you from your spiritual gifts of discernment. That these things that I'm speaking of, those are spiritual openings that the unseen enemy, which is demonic forces, can bond you. They bond you so you're not able to think for yourself spiritually because they're blocking all your spiritual senses. That you don't that make you go through a roller coaster ride through gives you they give you a lot of obstacles to go through because they're preventing you to utilize to get to that spiritual gift of discernment. So this is what this is about tonight that I want to speak about: the spiritual gifts of discernment. How to obtain the spiritual gifts of discernment. The way you obtain the spiritual gift of discernment, brothers and sisters, is this: you have to have a relationship with the Heavenly Father. You have to have the faith, first of all. That's very important. Another is you have to maintain the love foundation, in which when you maintain a love foundation, uh, your love foundation is opening to the Heavenly Father through the relationship you have with Him. But the number one thing of all of that is forgiveness. You have to forgive. You have to forgive because when you forgive, that's also part of love. Forgiving. You know, when we make it into the kingdom of heaven, it's like this. How do we expect God to forgive us for our sins if we can't forgive? But the reason forgiveness is very important because of all the things that I've mentioned: hatred, anger, vengeance, uh, family feuds, generational curses. They they survive generation for generation because of that, because of unforgiveness. once you forgive, right? Once you forgive, all the negative ties that are hooked on you or attached to you, you sever them. You cut those negative ties. In which, when you cut those negative ties, there's nothing that can be attached to you spiritually because you just forgave. And that's part of love in which God intervenes and protects you even more than before because you did an act of love. So when He spiritually blesses you with the spiritual gifts of discernment, it's like your whole spirit changes in a sense of a way that when He blesses you with the spiritual gifts of discernment, it's giving them to you for a reason. And as I've grown spiritually, he blesses with many things in order for me to be able to do the spiritual works that I do, to try to send the positive messages to the people, to the viewerships, uh, through those spiritual gifts. That blesses me with. Without Him, I'm not able to do the spiritual works that I do. I do an overbuilt automotive. I'm not able to do the things that I do. But Him blessing me and how should I say, allowing me to do the spiritual works, I can speak about this. Um, Sometimes when I bring the spiritual truth, I see some of the messages that I get from some of the people that view my videos, that every time I say something positive, they have to say something negative. Well, in that sense of a way, right? In that sense of a way, that's how the balance works. For all the good works that you're trying to do, there's always somebody trying to come after you, one way or the other. Whether they're being used by unseen force because they're being bonded to come and say something negative, or if that's what they side with, which is that side of the balance. That's why I make these videos. That's why I'm making this video right now, addressing to the people that they get offended for what I say because I'm trying to awaken my brother and sister spiritually. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to awaken my brothers and sisters spiritually, that are spiritually bonded. Some of this individuals that come at me, they're trying to tell me if why do I consider, because of the works I do, that I ain't no God, that I'm not God. No, I'm not God. I know I'm not God. Uh, but I believe in God. I have faith in God. Uh, in which He's blessed me to be amongst the living. So if He's blessed me to be amongst the living, which I shouldn't be here right now, then I see it as I'm blessed to be here. So I'm going to continue to do His works. Whatever He uh, assigns me to do spiritually, I'm going to do. I might take them. I know. I'm just leaving my glasses so I can see the comments, if anybody comments. Uh, I know there's a certain individual that pops here all the time, and that they write a big old paragraph of all this and of all kinds of things, but it's like I really don't read it too much because it's kind of like the things that they're saying is going against what I'm trying to do. It's like no sense to me to responding to someone that is not seeing the good works that I'm trying to do here. So there's no sense to be responding to somebody that might be spiritually bonded, or that they're trying to keep. That's what I see it as. They don't want me to make these videos because they want the people to be bonded. They want the people to be deceived. I'm just trying to awaken my brothers and sisters here in spiritual encrypted encounters. How you doing, Period Winds and Wildflowers? But I might take my glasses off uh, for right now, so y'all can see me better without the glasses on. I can still read the comments. Um, but yes, so when I'm talking about the spiritual gifts of discernment, there's a spiritual gift of discernment what they're about. There was a wizard right? That went to one of the apostles because he wanted the apostle to bless him with the spiritual gifts of discernment. That he wanted him to speak to God so he can be blessed with the spiritual gifts of discernment. And he said he would pay him all the money in the world, or whatever riches he had, he will give it to him just to obtain those gifts. He said, I don't want to know who your God is, so I just want to get those gifts. And he said the only way you can obtain those gifts is for you to have a relationship with them, to have faith in them and believe in them. That's the only way you can obtain those spiritual gifts. So what happened? The wizard they never obtained the spiritual gifts of discernment because he didn't want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's how I see it. There's a lot of people that when I talk spiritually, I'm trying to get a point through. They're not understanding what I'm coming through. Just like that wizard, they do not want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ because somewhere within them they have unforgiveness. They don't want to let that go. Well, they will never have a relationship with Jesus Christ, no matter how many times they pray. If they're going through something spiritually, maybe he might not answer their prayers because they're focusing too much on the unforgiveness. They're focusing too much on the anger, the hatred, in which when that's there, Jesus Christ is not really there. What's there is the unseen forces, the demonic forces, because that's how they want you to be. That's how they have control over you. That's how they block your senses, your spiritual senses, and they throw you for a loop. Uh, Obstacle after obstacle. When you start hearing voices or you start seeing images, uh, it is nothing dealing with Jesus Christ. It's the things that are keeping you bonded, that are keeping you bonded to, keeping you bonded and stopping you from having a relationship with Jesus Christ. That these videos because I'm trying to awaken people that are bonded. I'll talk about how I felt up people that are complete strangers. They come at me, through the spiritual gifts of discernment. I can identify spiritually when somebody has an unclean spirit in them. If they have an unclean spirit in them, what does that mean? That they're either being temporarily being used, which is a form of possession, or they're possessed by this unclean spirit that's in them because they have a spiritual opening. So I've made several videos about this where I explain myself how they had an unclean spirit in them, in which I have to say, God bless you, I love you, with the love foundation that I have, and that I could see the unclean spirit leave the individual, or if I have to, I say I'll tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name, and the unclean spirit lives, and the person becomes normal, in which that's the opening, the opportunity I have to talk to the individual, because they don't remember how they were acting, they don't remember what they were saying, so I just start talking like normal, like if they were complete, like it was a fresh conversation, even though they came at me saying certain things that the unclean spirit that was in them saying to me, in which it was a spiritual battle. So when the spirit, normally when a person comes back, when the unclean spirit leaves their body, they don't know. They don't know what has happened, right? So I just talk to them like a normal person because I know that the unclean spirit is gone. So I ask them just like, "Hey, how you doing? How you living?" And they start speaking to me, and I ask them, for example, is there anything going on in your life, that you may want to talk about, or maybe that you want to pray for? And they start sharing the stories with me of how they're feeling, what they're going through, and that's when I find out what spiritual opening it was for them to get spiritually attacked. So what I do, I let them speak to me, and then I start giving some spiritual advice. Then we pray, and we pray for the Heavenly Father to protect them, and I say if there's any negative energies around whoever the person is that I'm praying for, I say they're not welcome to come back to the individual. I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ. I protect the person that at one point in time was being used to come up against me. It's one of those things, brothers and sisters, that uh, I've done this so many times all throughout my life that it's nothing new to me. This things do happen for those that truly have faith in God. Things like this happen, and for those that think that what they believe in or what they're opening themselves up to, like the people that come at me in a negative way, I just want you all to know that even Satan kneels down to the Heavenly Father. Lucifer kneels down to the Heavenly Father. If he kneels down to the Heavenly Father, then all the demons and anything that Lucifer controls, they kneel down to the presence of the Heavenly Father. And that's why I'm making this video, because there's a certain individual, all the videos, they want to ask questions, but they dodge. They don't. They're being bonded. They don't see that the works that I'm doing. A lot of people see the works that I'm doing, but this sort of individual, either they're being bonded, or they reside with the other side. But I'm just trying to help out people spiritually. That's what I do. Let me see. We got servant and washer. Believing in the blood and resurrection will make you whole and new creature in Christ. Exactly, brother servant. I'll tell you, that's an amazing feeling. I've been there when I was fighting spiritually in Elms Grove from like 2012 all the way to 2006. Well, it was no sooner. It was 2004, 2016. I was fighting spiritually daily against the dark forces. What I mean by that, shadow figures, disembodied presence that would manifest to look beastly, like a werewolf, like a Bigfoot, like goat man, or what is that little Greek mythology creature that's part half? The bottom part of the body is goat, then it's got human, then the face of a goat. Well, I've run into all kinds of things of that nature, and I would pray against it daily every time I was fighting spiritually, and it's like they kept on coming more in numbers, and I was like, why this thing still continue to happen when I'm praying to my Heavenly Father to come and assist me spiritually? And even like that, when I didn't understand why things were still continuing, I still maintained my faith and believe in Jesus Christ. Then I said, well, that's got to be an opening that I have, because normally when you pray to the Heavenly Father, He answers your prayers. So I had to look deep inside myself, and I found out that I did have a spiritual opening. And the spiritual opening that I had was unforgiveness. Servant Roger said, my life was full of demons and spirits, and after I was saved, I had no more fear, no more addiction. Exactly, brother Watcher. That's a servant Watcher. That's what happens. I fought for many years, and no matter how many times I was getting dropped by this unseen force, I was getting physically attacked, spiritually attacked. They were gunning for me. They were coming in all kinds of manifestations, witches, skinwalkers. They was coming at me in full force, trying to take me out. And when I thought of what opening I might have, because I'm a veteran, I was in combat. I asked God for forgiveness for that, for being in combat. But even things continued after that. You figure what I did out there, maybe I had to forgive or ask forgiveness. I'd ask for forgiveness, and things continue to happen. So when I did a soul search to find out what opening I might have, the opening that I found out that I had was unforgiveness. I had unforgiveness to this man. I'm going to share this story why I had hatred and vengeance for this individual that I had forgotten. It happened when I was 10 years old. There was this man and a woman that were very ill, and the Catholic Church, needed volunteers to go cut the grass and attend to their goats that they had in their backyard. So me and my brother were volunteered by the church to go and do these good deeds. My brother didn't want to go, so I said, you know what? So I've been to their house before, and the yard is not that big. I can take care of it. So I got dropped off there to cut the grass and all that. What I had to do. So I cut the grass, and I was tending to the goats in the corral, and I could see both of them laying down in their beds because the windows was big, screen windows, and I could see them laying down in the bed. And I felt that I was doing good works by doing that for a while. They were ill. As I'm finishing up with the goats, I hear the corral door open and the gate closes. And when I look, it's the man, and he places a lock. He locks the door. As he locks the door, he's looking at me. He grabs his machete from the corner of the corral and he starts swinging it. And you could hear where he's swinging it so hard, you could hear the air going through the blade of the machete. He looks at me and he starts laughing at me. And I said, "What's so funny?" And I'm looking at myself, thinking I have something on me. And I said, "What's so funny?" And I said his name. His name was, his nickname was Nacho, right? So I said, "What's your name?" "Well, what's the matter? What's so funny, Nacho?" And he said, "My name is not Nacho." That's what he said. And I said, "Well, if you're not Nacho, then who are you?" And he says, I deceived everybody. I tricked everybody. I said, "Like, what are you talking about?" And he said that he deceived all the members of the church. He said that he was a Santanista, which means Satanist. He looked at me and he said, "Right now, if I wanted to," he said, "I can kill you, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it." And I'm just looking at him, and he's probably like, in between us, it's probably like 7 feet, maybe. So he starts swinging the machete very wildly, and he's coming towards me. As he's coming towards me, and he's already like maybe 4 feet away from me, and he's swinging his machete like very viciously. I said, I told him to stop because I had a message for him. So he stopped swinging the machete, and he said, "What is the message?" I told him, "God told me to tell you that if you take another step forward and swing that machete at me, that your life here on earth is over. That your life here on earth is going to be completely over." So he tried to take a step forward. He couldn't. He tried to lift the machete to swing at it again. He couldn't. So as I climbed the corral to get out of there. He could not turn. He could not swing. He could not move. He was frozen in place. And all he said to me, as he couldn't look at me, he couldn't even turn his neck. He said, "Tell your parents what happened here. They're not going to believe you." So I walked all the way home, probably like 10 blocks, 12 blocks. And I told my parents what happened. They got me back in the station wagon and drove all the way back to the house. And they were like trying to ask him if it was true what happened there. When he had come out of the house, he came out walking, and he just had a little smirk on his face. And all he told them is, "You know how kids are. They like to lie." That's what he said. After that, the reason I had a lot of anger and hatred towards him, after that, because he was a policeman. After that, he kept on following me around, whether I was coming from school, he was in a squad car following me around. He would cuss at me because his true nature, right, of what was within him was coming at me. Whatever spiritual opening he had, he said he was a Santanista, which means Satanist. So really, he didn't have no spiritual opening because he was allowing it, because that's what he was, his belief, a Satanist. So, he caused a lot of things, which he made me get anger towards him because he would always cussing at me, saying all kinds of names. But then when my parents would show up, he would pretend like he was talking to me nicely, which he wasn't. So I would always tell him, I said, "Look, you saying I'm not a man? I know I'm not a man right now. I'm a kid." So, but there's going to be a time that I'm not going to be a kid no more because we all grow. So there's going to be a time that I'm going to become a man. And I told him, when I become a man, we're going to settle this. And I'm going to settle it with you as a man. I was like 10, 11 years old, and he was just laughing at me. So you could see where that anger, hatred, and vengeance was towards this man, because the way he treated me. Uh, when I came back from war, I was in my dress screens. I was in the army. I was in my dress screen uniform, and he was in a stop sign. He was at a light, and I was there in my car, and I was looking at him, and he was looking at me, and he was in his car. He was already older. He was I believe he was either a Vietnam vet or a Korean vet, one of the two. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I just went like this, like, "Are you ready?" Because I wasn't a kid no more. I was a man, and at that time I was a young man. I was when I came back from the war, I was 21, right? I turned 21. Uh, so he was looking at me. I was looking at him. You could see the fear in him that he did a 360 with his Bronco, and he took off. And it's like, to me, it's like I wanted to handle business with him because of all the times that he insulted me, disrespected me, and what he tried to do to me with that machete, you know. But I've forgotten about that. I kept on living my life, and then when all these things started happening to me between 2004 2015, where I was fighting spiritually, and I had to figure out what opening I had, and the opening I had was this: that I had to forgive that man. That man was already gone. That man wasn't amongst the living no more, brothers and sisters. He died a horrible death. I mean, I didn't know how he died, but I heard he died a horrible death. Uh, all I know is I had to forgive him, and wish I did. Uh, there was one time when this shadow figure appeared when I was fighting spiritually, and the shape of the shadow figure, what he wearing, how tall that shadow figure was, when he went in flying in the air and he started laughing. The laugh, I recognized the laugh, and that laugh that I recognized was of that man. So that's when I knew what it was about. That this guy wanted to fight me not in the flesh. He wanted to fight me spiritually through the dark arts, the witchcraft arts, what he practiced, right? So then it became a spiritual battle. That's what I forgave him. Once I forgave him, all the things that were happening ceased, right? Everything ceased. There was one final time after I forgave that they made the presence known, these unseen forces that were spiritually targeting me. Uh, and they took me somewhere spiritually, telepathically. They showed me this place where people were being tortured. You could see the flesh coming off the people, going back on. And these figures, how they looked and what they were wearing, they had all kinds of, how should I say, blades and torture equipment and all kinds of stuff on them. They told me if I wanted to know their names, that they all have names. If I wanted to know their names, and I didn't say nothing to them. So next thing you know, I'm in my room, and they're trying to tell me that they wouldn't mess with none of my brothers and sisters or family members if I had to do one thing. And the thing that they told me I had to do was to take my life. But you see, I had already forgiven that man. It's just as soon as I forgave that man, the spiritual gifts of discernment were bestowed upon me. So when they said that to me, I said to them, first of all my family members, my son is protected by the Heavenly Father because I pray for them daily. They're protected spiritually. Now I take authority over you. And I said, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. When I said that, they took off. They left. They fled. They fled when I brought Jesus Christ in the picture. But it's those spiritual gifts of discernment that the Heavenly Father blessed me for forgiving, that I'm able to do the works that I do right now. I'm going to go back to read some of these comments that are being said here. Servant Watcher says, a familiar spirit came to our front door as my persons and my sister asked it, wanted some lunch. Yep. I have a story like that for y'all. Nacho, which is short for Ignacio. Ignacio. That's what his real name was. But everybody will call him Nacho. Yeah, it was exactly what it was. The but he was saying he was a Satanist. That's what he believed in. He didn't believe in God. The people that he said he deceived was the brothers and sisters from a prayer group, which included my mom and my dad. That want to go pray for him, because when they were called upon to go pray for him, there was a priest involved also, where they were saying there was this man that every time he closed his eyes, he would see a man in black and a man on a black horse, and he would start fighting with them. But he was actually fighting with themselves. So yes, you could say he was being demonized by something, but he said he deceived them because he was a Satanist, because that's what he believed in. So that's why it was a spiritual battle for me. Yeah, you call it in Spanish, Satanist means Santanista. You know, I remember when he was messing with me, I was in my grandfather's house. Even though I forgave him, I remember that he was in his police uniform and he got call about some man beating up his wife. Right? He got off with, because he was always acting bad, and every time he looked at me, he gave me a little smirk. A little smirk, like he knew the wrongdoing that he had done to me, but he was always like basically mocking me. Right? He goes in there and there's all kinds of commotion. Then next thing I know, that I see the man is a big man. He's like 6'5". He was like 5'4", 5'3", and he was getting a beat down. He was getting a beat down in his police uniform. And sad to say, God forgive me, that when this man was giving him the beat down, I was enjoying it. The reason I was enjoying it because of all the wrongdoings that it did. And right now I want to ask God for forgive me for liking, I guess it has to do with karma, right? When you do wrong to people, karma comes back at you. And that day, you got a beat down by this man, which a lot of other squad cars came and they arrested the man. But in that sense of a way, when people do wrong, karma does back. Karma comes back at them in a bad way. And that day, I believe karma, the way he looked at me, the way he smirked at me was every time he would see me, he would laugh, make fun of me, mock of me. I come up from a poor family, so he was messing with my manhood, that I wasn't even a man, I was just a kid. So, but I forgave the fella, so I forgave him, so wherever destination he goes, he goes. But I forgave him because of what I was fighting spiritually. I was being I was being targeted big time. They're coming in numbers. But thank God that when I forgave that individual, which was the source of me being spiritually attacked, that everything stopped. And ever since that day, uh, if I had any anger or hatred or anything in my heart that made it feel black, it's gone. My heart is full of love. I was single for so many years, raising my son till I met my beautiful wife in 2016. After I fought spiritually there in Elms Grove, uh, I was like, who's gonna, when you've been through so much that you've kept yourself away from people because they wouldn't understand what you're going through. You're like, it's like you don't know if somebody's gonna like you for who you are, or anything or something like that, right? Well, my wife, in spite I had nothing. I still had some things, but I really had nothing because I was, how you could say, recuperating from all the spiritual battling I had done. And I guess God sent her my way because she sees something in me, and that's how we got together. And I just celebrated tomorrow, or should I say, is it after midnight? Yes. Today is our 3-year anniversary of being married. 3 years of being married. Uh, for a long time, I wasn't trying to have a relationship with women because I was battling spiritually, and I was just worrying about my immediate kin, which is my immediate family members, and I didn't want to put me in a situation where I was going to get distracted. I had to stay focused on what was happening around me. But we've been together since 2016, so we've been together 8 years. 8 years, and I love her, and I'm thinking that's what those unseen forces didn't want. They didn't want me to get spiritually blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment, but they didn't want me to find love because they dislike love. They dislike us. They dislike mankind to be happy. Because if you're happy, you have love in your heart, then they cannot penetrate that spiritually. They cannot penetrate that spiritually. So that's why they dislike that. But yes, today is my 3-year anniversary of being married with my wife. Uh, Let me see what are the comments here right now. It's kind of like when I was going through that, I said, God help me, and I believe some of the angels will come and assist me, but I had to find my way. I had to find out what was it that I was doing wrong. And, when evil comes, brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you like this. They try to get into your mind. They try to make you feel guilty for things of the past, things that has not even happened. They try to put bad images in your mind because they want you to have a guilty conscience of some sort, because they can use that as a spiritual opening. Uh, they want you to get upset with the people that are around you. They don't know what you're going through because you're keeping it to yourself. But you can see a change in you, that it's not you, that this is not right. So sometimes, when we're going through something like that, like I did, I distance myself away from family, from friends, because it was something that I was going through. And the only way that I was going to be able to solve that was to find out what the source was of why I was going through what I was going through, and which I did, which was the unforgiveness. Uh, when your loved ones or people around you that care for you, they're too busy with their jobs and with the professions, and they're living life, and their lives are normal because they're not being spiritually targeted in the way. So some people would not understand that. I remember I went to a Catholic church, and there was this priest there, and I asked him if I could speak to him, and I started talking to him and telling him the things that I was going through, and he didn't even let me finish. He just told me, wait. I said, look, he said, I'm going to be honest with you. He said, this is just a job for me. So this is like a 9 to 5 job for me. That's what he said. Uh, I cannot help you to give you any answers or anything spiritually. He said, this is just a job to me. So if whatever little bit of how should I say, relationship I had with the church, at that day, I stopped going to church. So I said, I just have to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, in which that's what I have, is a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. You figure that man that took an oath, a spiritual oath, that he will had the spiritual knowledge to give me some spiritual answers of some sort. But no, they consider that the job. If you see when they pass the basket for the tithe, for the money. They pass it like 2 3 times during a church during a session of church. For an hour 1 hour session, they pass about it 2 or 3 times. But in spite of that, people there to church go to church to have the personal relationship with Jesus Christ. To Some go to repent for their sins, ask God for forgiveness. Uh, I'm not saying church is not a good thing, because we all need Jesus Christ. It just when that guy told me straight up what he's about, and he's supposed to be a man of the cloth, I say, well, you know what? So then I don't need to be coming here. If if this person is not being is if he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ, how I believe in him, then how am I expect him to help me if his faith is not strong at all? Saying that it's just a job to him. So I haven't gone to a Catholic church in a long time because of that. Even though I had my Holy Communion when I was a kid, I just haven't gone, and I do the spiritual works that I do this ways. Sometimes when you go through something, you gain the wisdom and knowledge of what you're going through, and that's what I use the things that I remember from my experiences to make these live videos, to try to bring in people that to share their experiences. Sharing is caring. Letting out is a good thing. Even though sometimes some people might not understand, because some of those people might be spiritually bonded because they have those things that I spoke of that you need to let go in order to obtain the spiritual gift of discernment, which is no hatred, anger, no vengeance, and you have to have forgiveness. You can't be no unforgiveness, because that's how generational curses happen sometimes, brothers and sisters. When those things are in place, that's how there's unclean spirits or demonic forces jump from generation to generation, because nobody has made a spiritual stance to sever, cut those ties. Somebody's got to make a spiritual stance, right? In order for things that might be happening to cease, which I had to make a spiritual stance for my life, to stop how should I say, to stop because it came to me in numbers, the onslaught, because it kept on coming and coming with like waves and waves of demonic forces coming at me because it wanted to take me out. So I had to find the root of what was causing that to put a stop to it, and that's what I did. Thank you, Brother Scott Baker. Thank you, Brother Orville. Yeah, today's our anniversary, but we're going to be going through things like, my mother-in-law has been in a hospital for over a month now. She came from the hospital. She was sad. She was crying. And I wanted to go celebrate. Or, matter of fact, I want to pray for my mother-in-law right now before I continue to speak. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for my mother-in-law, Anita Ortiz. I want to pray for you to send your heavenly angels, replacing spiritual heavenly crosses in her doorway and her windows, replacing spiritual heavenly crosses from her body from head to toe. If there's any unclean spirits that are making her sick at this time, through authority of Jesus Christ, we take an authority over you through Jesus Christ. We tie, bind, and rebuke you through Jesus Christ's name at this time. You're not welcome there. Be gone. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Yes, I have been sick for about over a month, and now barely after a whole month, I'm recuperated. How this unclean spirits, how they attack, brothers and sisters, they try to infiltrate through your spiritual senses, which is, for example, your tear ducts, nostrils, through your mouth, through your ears, and through your privates. That's how they attack. Try to attach themselves to somebody. Succubus and incubus, for those who don't know that, it's like they're demonic in nature. That's how they attack. They attack while you're asleep. So when you're awake and you got all this energy, when you go to sleep and you have, like, for example, sleep paralysis, the leg movement syndrome, or your sleepwalk, the succubus and incubus, that's what they do. The succubus, uh, really, the succubus targets the men, and the incubus targets the females uh, through the dreams. And their mission is to keep you weak, keep you. It's no difference than what happens when you're being spiritually attacked when you're awake. So they give you this dreams where they're about sin, because you're seeing, like, for men they will see naked women, women will see naked men, and when they're trying to keep you busy in a dream, then, or sometimes you see what they call the sea witch, or which is the succubus. I mean, the succubus or the incubus, where in your dream they're in a distance, and you're trying to wake up out of the dream, but you can't, right? People forget that when you wake up out of your dream, they forget to pray, to take authority over them in Jesus Christ's name, so they go back to sleep. As soon as they go back to sleep, they start attacking again. When your body is resting and your spirit is being busy through those dreams that they're showing you, what is happening to your body as it lays there, they're draining your energy. I would pray to God to show me the succubus that was doing this to me. Show me the enemy, right? Show me the enemy. So I train myself spiritually that if I was able to waking up to when I opened my eyes, when I was being spiritually targeted, that I was going to tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name as soon as I opened my eyes. So I was trained that way. And then one day, as soon as I opened my eyes, there she was, hovering right over me. She had her mouth open, and she was trying to suck my life source out of me. And as I'm looking at her, and it's looking at me, she's in the spirit form, hovering over me, like her butt above mine's. And I say to her, I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And as soon as I said that, her mouth opened wider, and just boom, she dispersed in little pieces. Like, I rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. I was able, I would pray to Jesus Christ to when it happened, for me to be able to fight it spiritually. And that's how it happened. That's how I overcame what people called the succubus. I overcame her through Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've never met Bill Bean. I know there's a lot of people that are trying to do spiritual works. I've seen it where some. I had a cousin that, well, he passed away. His name was Victor, and we did a couple of lives. There's a couple of lives of me and Victor here on YouTube. If you look down, you'll see them. And we was always I would do lives with them, and the lives that we would do was dealing with the Book of Enoch, dealing with the Nephilim, and all the things that come from that, because he will fight spiritually. So the way he will fight spiritually is through Scripture. He was well knowledgeable. I remember we had just done a live. The next thing you know, the following day, he said, "Hey, I'm in the hospital." It was during the time of the coronavirus. As I'm speaking to you right now, I just seen a giant red orb over here, standing there. If there's something here, you're not welcome here. With tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. I'm in my backyard. Um, he told me he was sick. Then by the following day, he said it's bad, and by Sunday, he wasn't amongst us no more. I have a video where I had a dream that he was telling me about an object. He was showing me an object in his hand, and the object that he was showing me was selenite, in which this is selenite, Selenit. He had already passed away, but he was letting me know because he was dressed in white that he had made it, and he was showing me selenite. Right? He had the piece of selenite in his hand. I couldn't hear what he was saying to me, but he was showing me the selenite. So I looked up selenite to find out what that's about, and it says there about selenite. What it said about selenite was this: that selenite is is it can obtain energy like from the sun and from the moon, and it could give energy to certain rocks. But at the same time, selenite is brings your guardian angels to you, and selenite brings angels to you as protection. So I keep selenite around me. He came to me spiritually, and I have a video where I was going to enter an area after he told me about the selenite, uh, where I was going to enter an area, and I believe he showed his presence. My cousin, he stopped me from going further. I felt that he was stopping me because there was something there. So I have a video where you just see something white pass right in front of me. So it's kind of like, I prayed for him, and I know he made it into the kingdom of heaven. It was a good guy. He was a good man, and he was always trying to do the good works. He knew about the balance. He rather speak about scripture than how I approach it. I approach it a whole different way. But to me, it's about sometimes you have to bring it to the table straight up to people, right? And that's why I make the videos that I make is straight up, because that's the only way sometimes people can understand when you speak to them normally. They don't want you to be all dressed up in a suit and have a Bible in your hand, you know, because maybe that's not what they're about. But when you talk to them straight up like this, then that's getting their attention, and that's how I like talking, so people that might have been through something or going through something can understand where I'm coming from, you know. Yes, I've been around the world too, brother. When I was in the military, I come. I've been through a lot. I've been fighting spiritual all my life since I was like 3 years old. Uh, for those who know, this follow me, know me. Since a young age, my brother, my brother was 2 years older than me, and he was five. I was three, and he had caught it at that time in the '70s. It was I think yellow fever going on, or something dealing with a fever. Something was causing fevers, and my brother had it real bad, in which he had very high fevers. They could control the fevers, and he was always seeing snakes and spiders, and he was fighting for his life, and the doctors from the U.S. Uh, couldn't find a cure for him. They said that most likely he was going to pass away. They couldn't do nothing for him no more. So they had to find alternative measures. There was a medicine woman that was from Mexico, Reynosa, Tamaulipas, that she said that she could heal my brother. A spiritual woman, a curandera. Where curandera is a medicine woman. So we took the long trip into Mexico. It's not a long trip because we live near the border. So where the higher fire was from our house to there, when we got there, she was already waiting for us. She got my brother, took her to another room. As but the deal was this. The deal was this. She said she could cure him, but if she cured him, that I will have to stay with her for about 6 months or something like that. That's to my understanding. I was too small to remember how long I was there. So I seen when he got healed. She had this egg, white egg, and she started rubbing it all over him, doing little signs of the cross on him. Started praying, and she was praying for whatever wrong he had to go into the egg, right? So when she cracked the egg, you know how the people say they put it in water, right? And something forms. Well, when she cracked the egg, there was a black baby chick that came out of it, and he had blood on it. Uh, my brother, his arm and his leg, where he would fall down a lot because of the high fevers, was messed up. Like he would carry his arm like this because of the high fevers, and his leg with a little twitch, you know, a little limp. Well, that baby chick, when it came out, had a broken wing and a broken leg. Whatever my brother had went into the baby chick. So when I looked at my brother wasn't hallucinating no more. His arm was better, and his leg was better. She healed him, and next thing you know, I stayed with her. I was there for a while. You could say that I was like her. You know, I was a child, and when we're children are young, we're still close to the Heavenly Father because we're children of God. You know, we're not into the corruption of the world. So I was like her eyes, spiritual eyes, where because that's what she would do is heal people. So I would see her. A lot of people came in while I was there. They had. Well, let me go to my brother. Uh, what she said about my brother was there was a woman, which was a witch, that had wished bad upon him. And so what she did, she wished after she healed my brother that for the bad that she did to him to go to somebody else or to go to the people that caused it. So as I stayed there with her, my mother left. I remember all the people she would heal spiritually. Where I remember this man that went in there, they laid him on this little like she had like a little altar. She laid him there and she started healing him with her hands. Spiritually, she would go to where the locations of the ailments are. Well, this man, what I witnessed every time she touched him in a certain location, and she was praying spiritually, I will see the uh, shadow figures. You want to call it shadow figures? Or demons that left the man's body. And that man had four of them attached to him in four different places, which they all stood when she was doing that. And she kept on looking at me, or she would say, "Do you see something?" And I will point where I'm seeing them on the wall. They're like in shadow figure, right? They look beastly, or should I say demonic. And then as she's praying and praying for them, they leave the hut because her floor was made out of dirt. So I'm pointing where they're living, to leave away, and then the man becomes better, and she's happy, and she'll come and say good work and stuff like that. Uh, but I've seen her heal a lot of people. And some of the people I've seen where she pulled barbed wire out of them, glass out of them, snakes out of them, uh, scorpions and spiders out of them spiritually. She would heal with her hands. She was an old medicine woman. I believe she was already in her upper 90s, or she was very old. So you could say I don't consider myself an apprentice. I was part of a deal that for my brother to get healed. Time passed by, and I remember going to her to the market where the people were running away from her. And I don't think it was the people running away from her. It was more of the unclean spirits that were within the people running away from her because they knew that she was gifted. They knew that she had the ability to heal people that were sick, if especially if they had uh, an attachment on them. She could cast that unclean spirit out of them, right, for them to be healed. Um, I remember, well, I was still there, and I've been there for a while. She will make me fresh corn tortillas with refried beans. That's all I will eat. That's what I like. Uh, I slept in a little bed that she had there. I remember there was all kinds of activity outside of her hut, and she was praying against something. I went and stood beside her, and I witnessed them. The dark witches came for her. It was a bunch of them. Some were dressed in their like the dresses of the witches. There was like a lot of them, like 7, 8 standing, and on top of the trees, you could see the lechuzas, which is the manifestation to take of an owl, right? Lechuzas. They were all there, and the main one that was there were upset with her. They were upset with her because when she healed my brother, that the person that had caused him the wrong was I guess, head in charge of them, of those witches that came to her. So the wrong went back to her, and that witch passed away. So they were upset. So that night, I remember her fighting spiritually all night, and I was there fighting with her spiritually. I remember this. I was just a kid. I wasn't afraid of them or nothing like that. But when you're a kid, you really don't know what's going on, and just looking, seeing for what it is. You're innocent. So I think that is what protected me, was that I was innocent, and I knew that there's angels protecting me. So I remember the day that my mother came for me. I was in a outdoor restroom. Not the porta potty, those outdoor restroom where they have a hole, and then they have a hole in the ground. I was coming out of using the restroom. I was barefooted. I didn't have no shoes or nothing. I was coming out of there, and I hear a woman say my name. And I'm looking at her. She's looking at me. She's crying. Then she says my name again, and I can't recognize her. To this day, I don't know how long I was there. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I will never find out. Because my mom is not amongst the living. She died tragically in 1985. But I remember when she came, got me. The medicine woman didn't want me to go. She said she would raise me, but my mother just said, "Hey, we fulfilled our part of the deal," and she let me come back. They went in good terms, and I was brought back to the States. My mother came for me. So, do I know about spiritual? Do I have knowledge and wisdom about spiritual battles? How the spirit works? Does it take to overcome something spiritually? I do have the spiritual knowledge because I've been fighting for a very long time, ever since I was a kid. I'm 55 now, so you say from 55. I'm 55. You take away 3 years from that, and I probably was fighting spiritually at a younger age that I can remember certain things. But I'll say I have 53 years experience of fighting spiritually against this unseen forces of the balance. This is what I do. Here's what I do: fight spiritually, and this unseen forces that exist, demons or whatever you want to call them. They know who I am, just like the people within the balance that believe in the other side. They know who I am. They know exactly who I am, just like they know exactly who I am. I know what they're about too. Because through the spiritual gifts of discernment, I know things. But I choose to fight through Jesus Christ. We all have to make our own journey in life, our own path in life, and I know this: that everything that I've done or I've been to, even in combat, I've always placed Jesus Christ first. Before I went into battle, I prayed for Jesus Christ to protect me and my fellow soldiers with his blood, with his armor, and to give us the guidance as we fought in the war. All my brothers and sisters that I pray for, we all made it back. because Jesus Christ was there. And that's the way to fight, is spiritually, through Jesus Christ. Doesn't matter what I do. When I set my mind to do something spiritually, it's always through Jesus Christ, because that's how it's supposed to be. Oh, you're welcome, brother. Like I said, I've been fighting spiritually all my life, all my life. It's first nature to me. When you fight something of the unseen, right? Whatever manifestations they take. When I talk about manifestations, they have the abilities to manifest to anything. Whether they can manifest to look like me, like you, they can manifest to look like anything beastly. What I mean by that, in the cryptid community, you got the Bigfoot, you got the Dogman, you got all this, what people call cryptids. Guess what that is? I'm going to be straight up with you. What the descriptions and pictures of the door is the same things that I saw going out of the hut when I was a kid. They are demons. I'm just letting you know right now. They are demons. Straight up. I'm being straight up. So when the people that are out there, they're claiming that the Bigfoots are friendly and all that, they're believing in them, so they're giving them power over them. So if they're giving them power over them, then they have what we call negative attachment on them. Because they're giving it belief, because it's manifesting to look like something that got labeled a Bigfoot, right, or labeled a Dogman. So they're believing in it, and they're getting power over it. The demons have power over them because they're giving it the belief factor, such as when they gift them something, that's believing in them and some kind of worship of them. So they're giving them power over them, right? As a form of worship. So those demons that they call them cryptids, they're giving them power over them. In which some of those individuals that come to my to listen to this, there's certain people. I'm going to leave it up so y'all can see what I'm talking about. No, I'm opening myself spiritually to y'all, what I'm about, and what the works that I do. And you look at some of the comments that are people that believe like in Bigfoot. They'll say a lot of things, but they never really acknowledge, because they don't want to really acknowledge Jesus Christ like I acknowledge Jesus Christ. But they make up all kinds of excuses not to say that they're demonic, because they want people to continue to believe in them. Why would they want to do that? If that person is being bonded and they want people to continue to believe in them, it's because they're trying to bond more people, or deceive more people. Me, I'm trying to bring the spiritual awareness to the cryptid community of what they're doing, or what they're believing in is not actually that. It's something that's manifesting itself to look that way. How do you put it to the test? It's simple. When it manifests, or people think it's something they're seeing a Bigfoot or a Dogman, put it to the test. Say, I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. But you have to have true faith and true belief. When they vanish and disappear, which I've done, and it smells like sulfur or it smells like pestilence, then you know that it was a demonic presence manifesting to look beastly. The reason they manifest beastly is because for the fear factor. Fear is another spiritual opening. And so many other things. They can mimic voices. People believe those beings are 100% flesh. You hear when they say that they shot a Dogman in between the eyes, or a Bigfoot in between the eyes, but nothing happened, that the bullet went right through them. They say, oh, they're probably interdimensional beings. No, they're demonic beings. You cannot shoot a spirit, a disembodied, which means spirit, right? They're in spirit form, so of course the bullets are going to miss, because they're just manifesting temporarily, and they're not really here in the flesh. Trust me, I was in the military, I was a tanker, and we had all kinds of weapons. We had the 120 Mike. We would shoot a saber round and a heat round. We had a 50 caliber machine gun on top of the tank. The loader had a 240. We had a 240 installed inside the tank also that would shoot at targets, right? Our tank was bore sighted. Our weapons were bore sighted to the main gun tube, in which we had laser technology in which we could laser to a target and shoot it, and it could be a piece of straw, and the straw would get cut in half, so it was accurate. So when you have that kind of technology, and you hear people say, "Oh, I shot it in between the eyes, nothing happened," trust me, if it was something real and you would shoot it that way, like we shoot the tanks, it would be a confirmed kill, in which there would be a body or a body bag for that body that you destroyed, right? So when I hear all the stories of people they claim that they killed a Bigfoot or they killed a dog man, to me it's just a story because I know what a weapon can do. I know what kind of destruction it can do, and there's always body bag detail where you have to place a body, tag the body, so you have to make a report what happened in the battle or in the whatever you were doing. Or you have to write a report so people can know what happened and stuff like that, how many rounds you wasted, etc. When people claim that they killed a Bigfoot and a dogman, but they have no picture to show, well, that's just a story. Is the person being sincere? If the person really truly killed a Bigfoot or a dogman, they would have some kind of evidence, right? Like I said, a body bag, a picture. But when it's just a story that don't have that, it's hard to believe. I'm talking about a confirmed kill. Um, all I know is this: what I was dealing with in Elms Grove, there's no man-made weapon that could destroy something that's a spirit form, especially if it's demonic. The only way I overcame him is through Jesus Christ. When I finally forgave, and through Jesus Christ is when He blessed me with the spiritual discernment. I had more wisdom and knowledge that came to me automatically, which I took authority over and rebuked them in Jesus Christ's name. And the Heavenly Father places people in your path for a reason. He had placed brother, what was his name? Brother Steve. A neighbor of mine, Brother Steve, and he was the one that was telling me about the time and rebuking when of demonic presence. He would go to a church and he had a little book where the pastor was always tie binding rebuking the unclean spirits of the people with the church. Most of the people that go to the church are on the wrong path. Some were drug addicts, some were alcoholics. But in spite of that, that's what he would do. So He had placed him in my path, and I remembered what he would tell me. And when I got blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment, and I took authority over him, I took authority over him in that manner. Our brother Steve would tell me to take authority over him, and which when I did that, they flee. I can't remember the name of the church he would go. He used to live in New York, but he would tell me of the things that he would witness when he would go to that church. So like I said, it's very important to share your experiences to others, because you might never know when your experience might mean that they remember what you said. I had a message one time of this person. This person was being spiritually attacked, and they said they had gone they were walking by the woods and they seen a dog man, and they forgot to take authority over it, and they were seeing this dogman figure inside their home. So I told them, next time you see them, or they show themselves to you, put it to the test. Take authority over them and say, welcome here. I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. So they happened. There were They seen it in the house manifest in her bedroom. And when she seen it, she said, I take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. I tie, bind, and rebuke you through Jesus Christ. Tie, bind, and rebuke you, and that it vanished. And after that, I told them to cleanse their home, to protect their home. But she took my words of advice and got rid of the unclean spirit or demonic presence in the home that was manifesting to look like a dog man. The way I found her is in a Bigfoot site where she had put a simple thing out there and said, the dog man I seen in the woods is now living in my house. It's living in my living room. So I contacted her and I spoke to her about the spiritual aspect out of it, and I told her what to do. Right after she did that, she placed a thing where she said that she remembered what I told her. She put it to the test the way I told her, and whatever was there took off, and she hasn't had no problem ever since. But I like to help out people spiritually, brothers and sisters. It is the works that I do. As you know, I'm just being me. You know, doing this works. Of course, you're gonna run into enemies. You know, whether it be enemies of the reside on the other side because that's what they worship, or whether it be enemies because they think that I'm targeting the cryptic community in some kind of way. No, I'm just doing my spiritual works. If somebody ever got targeted, it would be me. Um, when on my group, when I had my original group was called Positive Spiritualist on Facebook. I was brought in from the cryptic community into the cryptic community through somebody's wife, where I was doing light worker feeds of the world and light workers of the world. I was doing videos there. I believe I had placed a picture of something that I captured in the woods, and the wife's husband was into cryptids, which he was into the. I didn't even know that there was such thing as a dog man. So they seek the picture, and they referred me to Vic Cundiff, in which he told me he wanted to do a podcast with me about what I witnessed and stuff like that, and then we did. In which the podcast is called Dogman Encounters 53. I was like some of the first guys that ever did a podcast with him. But through that video, he didn't put everything that I share with him, because to me, it's spiritual because of what I've witnessed throughout my life. It's about the balance. But he allowed me to say that what I witnessed, that I believe it was something demonic because of the time frame. The time frame was 3 a.m. So he allowed me to say that in the video. He kept that in the video. So when I made that and I brought the spiritual aspect, I started having all kinds of people coming after me from the cryptic community. They started reporting anything I would place, And some of the groups I was in that I had to leave groups, they were reporting all my contact, because they see me as a threat to what they believe in. So what happened is my personal profile got permanently deleted from Facebook because of their actions, in which it took out my group called Positive Spiritualist. So that was a win for them. So I had to restart another account and everything, and I said to myself, do I want to go through this? What would Jesus Christ want me to do? Well, I know He's been there for me all my life, where I've been in battle and all that. He's been there for me when I've been sick, when I've been fighting spiritually. Well, I'm going to continue to do the works regardless of who comes at me in a negative way. So I recreated Positive Spiritualist as they came at me again, and it stopped growing. Positive Spiritualist. And I said, you know what? Since everybody's coming at me in a negative way like this, and it's been already 3 years of BS from the cryptic community, I'm going to create another group. And I'm going to call it Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And here I am. And I'm living cryptid because I haven't forgotten of not the good, how should I say, welcome to our community. It was more of get the F out of here, you know. It was get the F out of here. Don't make the spiritual videos. You know, if you really think about it, a lot of these people that they have statues of, for example, the Mothman and all that, it's all about money. It's all about the visitors that go visit these places. Uh, there's money involved, right? So to me, I'm not about the tithe, you know, because I know money is the root of all evil. So to me, it's not about that. To me, it's to awaken my brothers and sisters spiritually. This is the works that I do. If I didn't give up of the enemy out in combat, which was a Medina Republican Guard, I was in the battle of Medina Ridge. Y'all can look it up. Uh, is the biggest tank battle out there, and Operation Desert Storm. I was in the front lines. Uh, if I could overcome that enemy, do you think I'm going to run away from people in the Bigfoot community or any other kind of beliefs of any other kind of community? No, I'm not running away. I'm going to do the things that I've been doing, you know, the things that I witnessed when I was a kid, the things that I witnessed throughout my life is not going to stop me from doing the works that I do. You know, I'm just being obedient. You know, for those who understand me. For those that don't want to understand because they don't like that I'm bringing the spiritual aspect out of it, well, I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you free yourself from that bondage that's stopping you from believing in Jesus Christ. You know, that's what you should be believing in is Jesus Christ, not something that is demonic. They got you believing it's friendly or it's some part of a family of some sort. They already have their own family. Their family is called the Legion. They come in numbers, so there are many of them. You know, you want to affiliate yourself with that. They dislike you. They dislike mankind. They dislike all of us. So if you want to affiliate with something like that, you're just setting up yourself for failure, because the only thing they want from you is your soul. That's all they want. They dislike mankind because we're created under God's image. They dislike us. Their fate is already sealed. When that time comes of judgment, their fate is already sealed. That's why they dislike us. We have an opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. But are you doing the works that you're supposed to be doing? Are you doing are you doing the good works? Are you doing good deeds? You know, I believe I'm doing the good works, and I'm going to continue to do this works while I still have breath in me, and God blesses me to be able to do this. I'm going to continue. And the reason the DM was living in the room is because when she seen it in the woods, when she seen it by the woods, it attached itself to her. So she didn't say at the time. She didn't know that she had to say uh, for nothing to follow her home. It attached itself to her. So when she walked inside her home, where the attachment was already on her, and it went in there uninvited, basically. And if she didn't know to take authority over it, right, or to say I talk about and rebuke it got a free entry into her home. So that's why I told her what she had to do to get rid of it, because she allowed it through her. You know, there's a lot of people. If you really pay attention, brothers and sisters, of people when they do their podcasts and stuff, pay attention. If you look at spiritually, you're going to be able to see that some of these people have some negative attachments on them. They dislike when somebody brings the spiritual truth to things. You know, it's kind of like this. This is what I tell them. They say, "I can show you all kinds of proof that Bigfoot exists." I say, "Really?" And I tell them, "Show me a body." No body. Show me a body. If it's 100% true, show me a body. Show me where it's captive. Show me something. nobody, no nothing. Because I'm trying to get them to realize, that's why I bring the subject that when they shot at one that didn't do nothing to him. That's why I bring the topic of they are disembodied, they're demonic. You know, trying to let them know of what I witnessed, of what I experienced when I was going in Elms Grove. The location is a mobile home park, but in that mobile home park, there's a creek, there's woods. So I know about this. What's within the woods? How they try to draw you into the woods. When you hear disembodied voice calling your name, you can hear a disembodied voice laughing. They can pretend to be a child. They can pretend to be a female. They can pretend to be a man. They have those abilities. The throwing of the rocks, throwing of lumber. I witnessed it all when I was fighting spiritually. That's why I said what I say of what they are, because I fought them spiritually. I fought them for many years in that location till I find out that the spiritual opening they were attacking me was because I had unforgiveness from like 2004 all the way to 2016. I think 2015 was when I made my spiritual stance, when I got blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment. So for all that many years, I fought them to know them, you know, to know what they're about. Yes, I wanted to say this again. I know somebody got offended. This person that always pops up and always has something to say to what I'm saying, because I don't know what they're trying to do, trying to accomplish, But basically, this person was upset because I'm trying to help out people spiritually, whether they're going through something. I'm trying to get them to be spiritual aware that when they see something ordinary, I'm going to tell you through the spiritual gives the discernment. I'll give you an example. I was at a eating breakfast at a Mexican restaurant, right? So I'm sitting there. As I'm sitting there, there's this woman just sitting on the table with a Coke in front of her, and she's just standing there staring at me real ugly. So I finished my food, and she's there, just still staring at me real ugly. In which spiritually, through the spiritual gives discernment, I could tell there's an attachment on her. But I'm not trying to do nothing because I'm in a business, and that's not my place to disrespect the business, right? So I'll go up to the waiter and I say, okay, I know how I can find an opening, spiritual opening to try to help her. And I told the waitress, go ask her what she wants, whatever she wants, I'll pay for it, right? Which is a good deed and it's out of love. So she went up to her and told her if she wanted something to eat. She would have said nothing. The only thing she did was growl at her. So the waitress left her alone, and I said, okay, well, there's nothing I can do for her here because I don't want nobody to freak out. But if it would have been a one-on-one situation, I would have known exactly what to do, which to rebuke the unclean spirit out of her. There's just an example. People can say whatever they want to say. That's one of the examples. The other one, through the spiritual goodness, sometimes you run into somebody, complete stranger, you don't even know. They'll stop in front of you, they'll look at you, and they'll say something to you that only you know, and they'll laugh. No, they're not a psychic. It's because something is in them, right? An unclean spirit is in them, and they're basically making fun of you right in front of your face just to see what you're going to do. I've had that happen to me when they do that. So as I'm looking at the person that is being infiltrated by the enemy, sometimes I'll say, I love you, in which the unclean spirit leaves. I say, God bless you. They take off because I'm maintaining my love foundation, and whatever they said to me is not bothering me because I know it's something else. Or I'll say, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ, and it flees. That person becomes normal. I'm just giving you an example, and I'm more sure whoever's here, you all have experienced something like that. That's what they do. They'll go for people that have spiritual openings, and they'll use that person to come up against you. to attack you spiritually, or try to get close enough to attack you spiritually. But no matter the situation of how it is, whether spiritual or physical, you have to maintain your love foundation. I've seen so many that if I could tell them all, maybe I'll get in depth one day of all the times that has happened to me. People could say, "Oh, they're just a figment of your imagination." My wife's seen it. She will hear the stories, just like I'm saying the stories here. She will hear my stories because I will let her know, what I've been through in life. Then one day she witnessed it. Ever since that day she witnessed that, she's like, I know you that he's saying the truth. Because she witnessed it with herself. She witnessed it. She witnessed it when it happened. So she like freaked out with that. It's like, how in the hell? Then she's like, whoa, man, all this time he's been telling me the truth. So I have no reason to lie. But she witnessed it. She's been with me like 2 or 3 times when certain things out of the ordinary have happened, and I've handled it with the Love Foundation. But she's witnessed it herself, that she knows now a little bit more about the balance. Oh man, I just remember all the people that crossed my path. I'll share a story with y'all. When I was struggling after the military, I was trying to get help from the government for food, which was like food stamps and stuff like that. Because I was struggling, I had a blood clot in my leg. I couldn't work. I was getting money for the government for being disabled for the military, but I wasn't making enough money. As I was gonna go turn in the paperwork at the food stamp place, or what do they call it? I can't remember the name for it. It's been a long time. Uh, Department of something. As I was going to turn in the paperwork, there was this young man, probably like 19 or 20, sitting in a park bench in front of that place. He was barefooted. He was just sitting there. I got off my truck, and as I was walking by him, he asked me, how can God feed all those birds, but he can't feed me? I said, what'd you say? He said, how come God can feed all those birds, but he can't feed me? I said, wait up, I'm going to go turn in this paperwork real quick. I went in there, and I came back out after turning in the paperwork. I think it's called the Department of Health Service, something like that. Then I looked at him. He was homeless. He was barefooted. You could see his feet real dirty and stuff like that. And I looked at him and I said, hey, come with me. I got him in the vehicle, and I took him to a Jack in the Box. Where the Jack in the Box, I said, get whatever you want. Man, he got like 3 or 4 meals. He was eating and eating and eating and eating and eating and eating. Then I took him back, and I looked at him and said, remember when you were telling me that how come the birds, God can feed the birds, but he can't feed you? And I told him, God has just fed you right now. That's what I told him. And I said, can I ask you why you're homeless? He told me that he was 17 years old. His mother had a boyfriend, and that the boyfriend had physically attacked him. And he showed me the scar that he had. He had a scar from on top of the head all the way down the back of the head, where the guy cut him with something. He hit him with something. So he had a scar in his head, and he ran away from home. So he was running away from home, and he had been everywhere. He's already like 2021 when he was 17, living in the streets. And I told him, I said, look, I believe God, I believe he had a negative entity on him that was keeping him living in the streets. So I told him, look, man, your mother loves you. He said, no, she don't. No, she don't. No, she don't. I said, no, I believe she loves you. I believe that if we were to call her right now, that she'll come and get you, or something in that nature. I feel it. I feel it spiritually. And then like, no, she doesn't love me. And then I said, look, that was a long time ago. I'm more sure that she loves you. And I asked him, do you remember her number? And he told me his number, so I called her on my phone. And as I called her, I said, are you the mother? And I said his name. She started crying, you know. She thought it was the police calling her that he was dead. That's how long he had been missing. I said, no, my name is, and he's here right by me. And she started saying something, no, you say it to him. And it's kind of like when I gave her the phone and they started talking, and she told him that she loves him, that she loves him, that she wants him to come back home, that she'll come get him wherever he's at, that she's not with that guy no more. And she was just crying and crying. He started crying. And I said, look, man, said he's here in Killeen, Texas. She said she was like an hour and a half away or something like that. So I'll wait for you to get here to come get him. So you can come get him. I'll wait here with him. I told him exactly where we're at. I waited there for her. She showed up. He was crying. She was crying. They got a hug, and she took him with him. I freed that man from being spiritually bonded, being deceived by the enemy because of a negative act that happened, that he was thinking that nobody loved him, that God didn't love him, his mother didn't love him, that mankind didn't love him. That's why he was homeless and living in the streets, because of a bad incident that happened. I'll never forget that guy. You know, it touches my heart that I helped somebody of that nature that was being bonded by something negative that happened to make him think that nobody cared about him. Well, I showed him that humanity does care. And I got him to reconcile with his mother, you know, in which I'm more sure maybe there had to be some kind of therapy or something in that nature. But love will overcome anything. I'm just here to tell you. Love will overcome anything negative, any given time of the day. Yes, brothers and sisters. I've been there, man. You could say, you know, I'm not a rich guy to be living the life of the high rolling life. That's not me. I'd rather stay humble. I'd rather be here in reality with the people that are struggling, that are going through something. That's where I need to be. It's with those individuals that are struggling, that need understanding. That's where I choose to be. Not with the high rollers. A lot of high rollers, they know where they're at. You know, they don't think nothing nobody else but themselves, or another way how to make money. Me, I'd rather stay humble, maintain my faith, stay humble, stay true to myself, and continue to do this works that I do. But yes, I felt out a lot of people in that nature. Here's another one. There's another form of evil. There was a day that we had bought some cases of water, and it was already midnight. My wife was laying down, and we lived in an apartment. And something within me told me, go get the cases of water. My wife told me, just wait till tomorrow, right? Just wait till tomorrow, babe. You can get it in the morning. But something within me told me, my spirit told me, go get the cases of water. So I went downstairs, opened up the trunk. As I opened up the trunk, I heard something coming down from the next apartment complex. And I see a blur pass right beside me. And as it passing right beside me, they're saying, help, help, help. So I'm looking, and then I see another blur, and it's a guy throwing punches at this girl, and he's hitting her in the back of the head. And in my trunk, on top of the waters, I had my fillet knife. So I was fixing to grab the fillet knife, but I said, no, can't do it that way. I closed the trunk, and I said, hey, leave her alone. and I got in between them, you know. So I'm trying to leave her alone. And this girl, when she came downstairs, she was naked. You know, I couldn't see because it was dark. So she ran upstairs, and I'm telling this guy to leave her. And he goes over there and he's banging on the door, trying to cause injury to her. Then all the neighbors come out, and they all interfered, and we're all telling the guy to leave, and he was outnumbered, and he took off. She had her baby in her hand. Her baby was like maybe 2 years old when all this was happening. So when the police got there, uh, she let me hold her little baby boy, and they were getting the police report, and I had the baby in my hand. And then my wife didn't know what was going on till the following day of everything that had happened, you know. And I gave her back her baby boy when the police left, and I went back to my apartment. Following day, I told my wife what happened last night, and she couldn't believe that. And when we were leaving in the morning, she was out there sitting on the stairs, and she said thank you, and she waved at me. You know, the person that was being victimized, she was a young girl. She was like, I say like 19 or 20 years old. She was young, but I believe that Heavenly Father, the Holy Spirit, told me to go to where the waters were because there was something that was going to happen, that He wanted me to intervene spiritually to assist that individual. I believe people cross paths for a reason in that nature. And at that time, the Spirit told me to go get the cases of water because an event was going to happen. Who knows that? The Heavenly Father. Because He knows, He's the Alpha, the Omega. He knows everything. So He's placing His pawn in that location for a reason, which was me. No, I never seen the young man again. Uh, but I'm a Tim Love Foundation. But at the same time, if I had to, in which it didn't have to go that way, I would have handled them military style. What I know. But I'm just glad that nothing happened to the woman or the child. That we was able, not me, but the other people that surfaced up to help her. Yes, I have one son. I have one son. He is 22, and yes, he's spiritually gifted too. He's trying to do things for. He's working. He works and everything. He's just, he's trying to live life. Just kind of like when I was his age. When you're a certain age, you're just trying to live life, trying to fit in civilization, trying to do your thing to live life. He works. So I always tell him, you have something to tell me, let me know. We'll talk. Whether something's going with the job, with something spiritual. Yes, but I believe he's got the third eye also, or he's spiritually blessed. That he's able to sense things spiritually, see things spiritually like I do. But that's why I'm here. I work out daily. I try to make videos daily also, just in case that it's my time to cross over. That I'll share enough footage here on spiritual cryptid encounters that if something ever happens to me, if people say, "Hey, I remember Brother Abe. He was a cool guy. Let me go watch one of his videos." They'll have enough videos to have wisdom, information, and wisdom and knowledge that you're able to listen to what I'm saying, even though I might not be here in the flesh, but that's going to be able to help out spiritually. So I'll try to give certain titles to each thing so people can understand what those videos are from. So if you're going through something like that there will be some kind of understanding of wisdom and knowledge that you're going to be able to get out of the video to fight spiritually against what you're going through. Oh yes, I got my son, and I protect my son. People call it, oh, it's a mother's intuition. It's a father's intuition. What it is a spiritual intuition. You know your bloodline. You know when something's trying to affect into your bloodline, right? If there's an unclean force or demonic force trying to infiltrate into your bloodline, we know because we can sense it. So when we sense it, we make a spiritual stance against it. Even if it's just if it's trying to come up against the children, we place ourselves in the line because that's our loved ones. That's my blood, right? So we fight spiritually. If we have to fight spiritually together, we will. If we have to pray against it spiritually together, we will. But that's what it's about. And it's not just about my son. It's about all my brothers and sisters, y'all, my brothers and sisters. That's what it is about. We're for one another in that way. It's not about division. It's not about violence. That's what the enemy wants. The enemy doesn't want us to be united. The enemy wants us to be united. They want chaos. They want havoc. They want people to be upset. They want all these things in order for them to have control of the scenario. But if you take all that away from the unseen, then they have no control at all. Because then that will mean that the love foundation, Jesus Christ, by us maintaining that through Jesus Christ, we will overcome the enemy. And that's what the enemy doesn't want. They rather have everything else. Uh, whenever you've seen a media outlet, any kind of media, I don't care what it is, CNN or any of the ones that are in place, when have you ever really heard them talk about anything that I'm speaking of? About the spiritual gifts of discernment, having a relationship with Jesus Christ. But what they rather play on TV is chaos, havoc, division, whether it's a race, whether it's of countries. They want to talk about war. They want to talk all the bad things, but they don't want to talk about nothing about a love foundation. They don't want to talk nothing about Jesus Christ. How many times have we seen that? That's why I don't watch news. I don't watch that outlet source of news. You know, there could be a war coming into this country. I don't even focus on that because the Heavenly Father shows me things ahead of time before anything happens. Through the spiritual gifts of discernment, He lets me know things. Yeah. So the main issue, I think the media outlets, the government, and Hollywood and all these places that believe in the Illuminati, right? Evil. That that's what they want to put out. That's what they want to put out. They want to make wrongs right. They want to make wrongs right. And even those that want to bring out the wrong in other people, if they're actors or comedians and they're involved with that money that's being made by making fun of, they're still part of the same thing, right? They're still part of that, you know. Because if they truly believe in Jesus Christ, then we'll be doing this works instead of causing chaos, havoc, and division, right? We see that a lot in the cryptid community, where people are fighting amongst each other, they're gathering up against each other and saying bad things about each other. I've been targeted the past year and a half, and they still target me. I know it's the same people because just all they have is a different name. But I just want them to understand that I don't have no hatred towards nobody. The only thing I'm trying to do is awaken people. If you really love your next of kin, if you love your loved ones, you love your mother, your father, your brothers, your sisters, your children, then you have to at least give me a little bit of time and understand where I'm coming from, the message I'm trying to send. The message I'm trying to send is we got to stay united as brothers and sisters in Christ in order to overcome the unseen enemy. Uh, it's not about an I thing. It's about through Jesus Christ thing. So if you're out there trying to cause chaos and havoc because you're trying to cause arguments, disagreements, or in some other kind of nature to be relevant, I'm just here to tell you that Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. A negative act with a negative act is not going to make a positive thing. The only way you can have something positive if you maintain your love foundation and place Jesus Christ first and do the good works. You can read scripture all you want to, but when you do the opposite of what you're preaching, then that's showing the people what you're really about. So really reflect on yourself in the mirror before you try to attack like somebody like me, somebody like uh, Brother Herde or Herde or anybody that's here viewing. You know, if you're going to do good, do the good deeds, do the good works. There's some kind of cat making a weird noise out here. I think you're hearing it. But that's normally what happens when you make a video out in the out here and it's what time is it? 1:23 in the morning. I've been talking for almost 2 hours. I hope that y'all enjoyed this video tonight. I decided to make it here because everybody's resting inside the home. I guess the cats are getting upset because I'm talking spiritually out here. But yes, brothers and sisters, my mom would always tell me, you got to be this way. You got to be this way. The way that she wanted me to be, she wanted me to be tough. She wanted me to be strong. She wanted me not to take anything from anybody. And she wanted me to, if somebody gave me a problem, to take care of the problem. But that's not what my heart told me. My heart told me, be you, maintain your love foundation. If somebody comes at you in a negative way, use love to come up against them. If they're your enemy, show them that you're a friend to them, that you don't have no hatred towards them, that you have love towards them, in which I will make people that are coming up against me in a negative way to be my friends. You know, so I follow my own path, my own journey. You know, sometimes people have to be tough in a certain way, especially if it's an environment where there's nothing but bad things happening. You know, I understand all that. But spiritually, I was told to do the good deeds with the love foundation, do the good works through the love foundation. I'm a big guy, I have 258, 260. You know, I don't think nobody really want to mess with me, but I really don't want to mess with them either, because I rather talk to them and treat them respectfully as an individual, and we can converse respectfully to one another, than having to, how should I say, make a fist and fight somebody for no reason. You know, I have no reason to be fighting nobody at all, because that's not what my heart is telling me. Not unless it's in a situation where people are coming at you, and people are being spiritually used to come up and try to do something to you, and you have no choice because you have to protect the vessel. Then I have to do what I have to do. But that will be the only way. And if I were to do something like that, it will be by still maintaining my love foundation. You don't have to hurt nobody. You can restrain somebody. You can teach somebody a lesson, but you don't have to hurt nobody, especially when you maintain your love foundation. It's that these unseen forces, brothers and sisters, as I'm talking about this, they want you not to have the love, want you to anger. They want you to get really upset, because that's a spiritual opening for them. For what? To bond you, possess you. So we cannot give that spiritual opening to the enemy. That's what people don't understand. You know, I tell people, look, I'm sick right now. I'm a veteran. I try to make all the excuses in the world for people to leave me alone. The reason I say that to them is because I don't want to anger in any kind of way, because there's more at stake than somebody trying to talk bad about me, than somebody trying to come in, and there's more in stake in that. What's in stake is that I have to protect what, brothers and sisters, if y'all been viewing and listening, what do we have to protect? We have to protect our love foundation, right? In protection of our love foundation, we cannot anger, we cannot have hatred, there's no vengeance, We can have unforgiveness. So when somebody comes to me in a negative way that they want to fight or something, I try to tell them, I really want to do nothing with the nature, because not that I'm afraid of them, because of the works that I do, there's more in stake. What's more in stake is that I have to maintain my love foundation, because there's other things that are unseen around us that are just waiting. It's kind of like you got north, south, east, and west, and just waiting. They're just waiting for the opportunity for you to mess up, so they can spiritually attack you. And I'm not going to give them that opportunity. I'm going to maintain. I can pretend like I'm upset, like raising my voice if I have to, just for somebody to back off or something. But I still maintain my love foundation. It's very important for us to maintain the love foundation, brothers and sisters. Yes, it's kind of like I'll give you a story of what I'm talking about. I've said the story before, but I believe I'll say it again here. I was still when I lived in Elms Grove. I was already going through what I was going through spiritually, fighting the unseen forces. I took my son to the pool. He was 6 years old. He was swimming in the water, and I was sitting on the lawn chair because I was feeling sick. At that time I had a blood clot in my leg. They had diagnosed me with epilepsy, so I was taking some epileptic pills that I couldn't even be in the sun because of those medicines that I was taking. That I shouldn't have been out there, but because I was sick, I didn't want my son to stop living life, so I took him out there. I was in the shade. The gate opens, and there's three guys that come in there. One of the guys is a Puerto Rican guy, a young gentleman. He was I think he was 17. He would go to our house and play basketball with my nephews. He went up. They stood right in front of me. They blocked the view from me looking at my son, and they told me. This is what he told me. He looked at me. He said, "I could kill you right now. There's nothing you can do about it." And when I'm looking at them. I'm sitting down, and they're all laughing. Like the other two guys have a smile on their face. And I said, "What'd you say?" He said, "I can kill you right now. There's nothing you can do about it." And I told him, "Why would you say something like that? I'm your friend," which that's a form of love. So I know your brother, I know your sister. So why would you say that to? I'm your friend. Why would you say that to me? Then he just looking at me. I said, your son likes playing with your brother likes playing with my son. Why would you say something like that? He looks at me and he tells the guy, "Let's get out of here." Right. So they walk out and leave the gate. He's looking at me, but he leaves the pool. He was riding around in a black truck. So I guess he must have gotten some money. But before that had happened, that incident, he had gotten in trouble. I guess he was on the back road, and he owed some people some money. And I had told him that I will help him, talk to them, or or help him some way or another to get him out of the situation. But he said, "No, I'll handle it myself." So I'm seeing him driving this truck that I never seen before. Following day, from what happened to me, of him telling me that he could kill me, there's nothing nobody can do about it. They arrested him. That truck that he was driving belonged to a couple that he murdered and burned their bodies. And those guys that were with him, they were there helping him out. And not just that, he killed 2 strippers and buried them out in the field nearby where I lived in the park. But what protected me was my love foundation. Because, I'm prior military, I'm trained to be able to handle any situation. But instead of going that path, I chose the love foundation. So, I believe the unclean spirit or demonic spirit that was in him, trying to use him, since he already killed 4 people, to try to take me out for the works that I do. But you see, since I'm a my love foundation, God intervened in that situation in which nothing happened. I'm just sharing my testimony with y'all, brothers and sisters, of why it's important to maintain a love foundation. No matter what the scenario case is, we have to maintain it. But which, gracias a Dios, thank you, Jesus, right? Thank you, God, that He protected me that day. He already killed 4 people, so I'm more than sure when he was saying that he had a weapon there with him. I'm just glad that I went about it the right way, but I was spiritually guided to handle it that way through Jesus Christ, or I or my son might not be here right now. That's why I played Jesus Christ first. That's why I make this video. I know how important it is to maintain the love foundation, brothers and sisters, because you don't ever know when you're going to be spiritually tested. I'm telling you, man, the only thing I got right now, man, as I'm getting older, is the memories of those situations. If I were to tell some or write a book or something about this encounters, which maybe one day I'll write a book or something. But to me, my book is right here through this. To me, it's like a documentary of my stories that I'm putting here on YouTube that people are able to listen to, But that guy was a good kid, man. But I guess when he took the first lives, he changed. And he took some more lives. When somebody tastes blood in that nature, they think that they're invincible. He tried to come at me in that manner. I don't know. I believe because the unseen forces wanted him to take me out, but he couldn't, because I'm a Timber Love Foundation and Jesus Christ was with me. As far as I know, they gave him 75 years in prison, day for day, or something like that. That's all I know of what happened to him. He was from New York. And there's a guy that would come play basketball outside my home when he was like around 14, 15, 16, 17, those years. Then for when he came at me in that way, and I would play basketball with him too, everybody's having fun and stuff like that, and then somebody changed in a way that they do a whole 360, and you're trying to help them out spiritually. You try to help them out by trying to intervene, try to talk to the people that they owe money to, but he said, no, I'm grown now, I'm 17. He says, I got to handle it on my own way. To my understanding, I guess what it was is that those people that he owed money to, those people that he took out, owed them money. So I'm thinking he was following orders of what they said to him. Now the thing with me, that was dealing with the demonic forces, the demonic princes that's there in the park, that they seen him with a spiritual opening of what? If y'all learning, right? The spiritual opening of murder. That's what he had. He already killed somebody, so that's a whole opening where he just got infiltrated by demons. So it was the demons that were talking through him to me, trying to threaten me, but it didn't work because I'm a Timber Love Foundation, and through my love foundation, I overcame what was within him. When I used love, whatever was within him fleed away, and then he just left. But I just thank God that nothing happened. How you doing, sis? My sister remembers that. There's my sister right here, Beatriz. Yes. I was talking about the young boy, Beatriz, that will come play basketball with us, with your sons, the Puerto Rican boy. I was telling him about how he was always playing basketball with y'all, and that he started getting involved with the wrong crowd, and he owed some people some money, and I told him that I will help him go talk to these people. And then that one day, he went to the pool, and he was with those other 2 guys, the black and the white guy, the red-headed guy, telling them that they were telling me that He was telling me that he would kill me right there, that nobody would do nothing about it. And I will tell him why. If I know your mother, I know your his mother was in the military. I know your brother. Why would you do that? And then they left, and he was riding around in a black truck. But that black truck, after they arrested him, that black truck belonged to a couple he had murdered and burned, and then he had murdered two strippers and buried them nearby the airport. I was telling the people about the story how I maintained my love foundation when it was threatening me, and that's what helped me overcome that. You know, I had gone to the house and I told you what had happened there at the pool, because you were at the house. I believe you were at the house living with me at that time. And I was telling him that if it wouldn't be for me to maintain my love foundation, that only God knows what would have happened. But thank God that nothing like that happened. My sister Beatrice, she's the one that lived there in Elm Grove with me, and she experienced all the things that were happening there to me that were happening there to her also, not just me. I would fight spiritually. She would just stay inside the house, but she would see things. She's spiritually gifted also. She would see things, hear things, the mimicking of voices, not just mimicking of voices. What she would when it's mimicking of bodies. She would see like her children in the house, and she would call their name, but they wouldn't respond to her. And then next thing you know, like a couple hours pass by, they're coming from the club, so they're all dressed up, and they're like, "Man, I just thought I'd seen you over here in the kitchen or in the living room," but it was something that was in the form of them, Or sometimes they hear the disembodied voices calling her name, thinking it's her children calling her. Because my sister stayed there a day later. I mean, a year later, after I left to move to Temple, Texas, she stayed there and she had her own personal experiences there in Elms Grove after I moved. So it wasn't just about what I went through, because not just her, but my nephews and nieces went through things too. Everybody that lived in that house went through a lot. That to this day, a lot of my family members have bad dreams about that location because it was hot and heavy. How you doing, Sister Nellie? Let me see who else is here. Yeah, but my sister witnessed. One day I'm going to make a video if she ever decides to want to do one. But this is what she freaked me out. What she told me, because I would notice things before. I would notice when I'd be in my room, and my door had like a little crack, right? One day, I was in my room, and it looked like a shadow underneath the door, right? Like somebody was standing there, and when I went to go look, it looked like somebody was looking at me, like the eyeball, right, looking at me. So when I opened the door, I seen somebody going around the dish cabinets, right? So when I went around the dish cabinets, I could see the sliding door and somebody standing, closing the sliding door. And they were standing there looking at me from the other side of the glass. So I go over there to find out who it is. I open the sliding door, and they're moving real fast. They're not even walking or running. They're like gliding off the ground. They're like a foot or 2 foot off the ground. Look like a woman. So I'm running after her, and she's moving fast. And as she's moving fast, guess what she does? She goes straight into a tree. Like the shadow figure goes straight into a tree. And I'm telling her to identify herself or identify herself, right? And I'm not seeing nothing, no movement. Next thing you know, I start praying. As I start praying, she jumps out of the tree, or it jumps out of the tree, this shadow figure, and goes into another tree. And I keep on praying. I start getting close to the tree, and I'm praying. And as I'm praying and I'm fighting spiritually, it jumps out of the tree, goes up into the air, and it starts laughing, and the voice doesn't sound like a woman. It sounds like a man, right? Laughing real loud. And it's gliding. It goes above the trees, over the leaves, and it starts gliding into the darkness of the creek. Well, my sister has had one where she said, Hey, you just don't understand. My nephews would tell me first. My nephews would tell me that we see a man with a hat that looked like Freddy Krueger. That looked like kind of like resemble Freddy Krueger. They would see him go to their room. They see him by the window, and I would say to them, "You just probably watching too many scary movies, right?" But then my sister said one day that she was in a room and that she literally seen somebody peek. You know how the doors are, right? The entrance. Somebody, a head peeked over from on top, looking at her, from on top, looking at her inside her bedroom, in the hallway, and it's like I can relate to that. The reason I can relate to that, sis, I'm going to tell you why I can relate to that. That I know what you're telling me is real. Is because when I went back to Elms Grove to take that couple that wanted me to take them to Elms Grove, we went in there. I showed them the location. They went in there to investigate themselves during the day. They said when they knelt down, they could hear somebody running around them. That there was no bird serpent or nothing. When they came out of the woods, that they could hear birds. But inside that location, no birds, no sounds of nothing. Well, we were standing by where the old picnic table used to be, the metal one near the mail room, right? She pulled out some Palo Santo, or sage, should I say, and she started going like this. I felt something looking at me, and when I looked to my left, by the tree, on top of the tree, the same look that you said that something was looking at you a certain way, I seen that. It was looking at me from on top of the tree. I could see the face. It was freaking wicked. And it was during the day. So the only thing I did was a sign of the cross. And I said, hey, it's time for us to get out of here. You know what? I always tell people, instead of looking down, I always look up. But I guess you could look down and you could look. They're everywhere. Especially if they're in a demonic presence or disembodied form. They can use any living object to manifest. It reminds me of the time where, yeah, I seen it. I seen what you're talking about. That sucker was tall. That one that I seen there in the park by, is it one, two, the third tree? I think there's three trees that are like lined up a certain way. On the third tree, I seen it. It was looking at me. It was tall. That had to be at least, man. It was midway up the tree. It had to be at least like, that was tall. I would say 13, 14 foot tall. Looking down, like picking out of, just looking at me like that. And he had a freaking wicked smile on his face, But she was protecting us with a sage, because she could sense there was something bad. They said they would never go there at night. So they said what they experienced through the day, that was enough for them. Oh yeah, no. When there will appear sometimes, brothers and sisters, whoever's here viewing, sometimes it will have this druid looking like hoodies, like hoods on. There was like different kinds of things that were occurring there. There were some that had like brownish, druid-like things on that we would notice, and then we had the ones that were just pure black, that would just like look like a shadow that would surface up. But they were coming in many shapes and many forms. They can manifest in many ways. Thank you, Sister Nellie Turner, for sharing. It's like the night. My nephew, I was in my room. Her son Richard I just barely had his son. His son was like 2 weeks old, and I was in my room. The baby was crying, and he was crying and crying. And I was trying to figure out what was going on with the baby, right? So I opened up my bedroom. It was a single wide, so it's just long. So I started walking towards the living room, And as I was walking towards the living room, I seen somebody over little Rick. He was a baby, and I thought it was my nephew changing his diaper. So when I'm looking at him, he's like, "Man, that looks, it's dark in the living room." I say, "Hey, Rick, you changing his diaper?" And he's not responding to me. Then when I look to the right, the door was open. And as I looked back at him, I said, "Rick, are you changing his diaper?" It's like it was right over him, like it had his mouth over his mouth, like he was trying to drain the energy of little Rick, the baby. So it stood up, and he had like I said, it looked like it had something on him, and it went running out the front door. I went running after it, and I said, "Hey, sis, somebody's trying to tell." I yelled because my nephew was in his room. Somebody's trying to take little Rick, so they came out of the rooms, and I took off running out of it. After it down the street, I was chasing it, and it went into the trees. It went into the trees, and it did the same thing. It was jumping from tree to tree, and that's how it disappeared. It's jumping through from tree to tree. But it was trying to take his energy, or should I say, his spirit, because it was over him. He was a baby. Could have possibly been a succubus or incubus, because as far as I know, that's what they do. They like to drain energy of some sort. But that's just one of the experiences. We experienced a lot of things there. My sister said that when I left, that there was always activity in my room. I would notice things in my room. I could say you some. There's one time where I would go practice in the woods, in the park, to train my senses. And I like martial arts, and I would train with the trees, with practicing martial arts. And there was one tree that I went to near the swing set, that when I was practicing, then I hit a tree the certain way that I heard all kinds of noises, like little voices. It sounded like something was buzzing, and I said, "Oh man, it must be a hive or something." And I was seeing little things flying in the air, and they were making like a buzzing sound of some sort, and they were coming at me. So I left the tree. I left the park. I left the park, and I got home, and I said, it was probably just my imagination, right? So next thing you know, the following day, hey, how you doing, brother Josh? The following day, I'm in the living room, and I'm there watching. I had those old, those first old big screen TVs. They're kind of like that you push the screen of it kind of like pushes in a little bit, those 3D ones. Well, I had one of those, right? So I'm watching a movie, and next thing you know, I see something flying inside the screen TV, and it's moving, and it's kind of golden, it looks like a little fairy, and just moving around in there. And I tell my sister, I get my phone and I start recording it, and you can see something inside the TV that is moving around in the TV, and it's got some kind of energy that is showing its form, and I'm like, maybe my TV is giving out or something, and it's flying inside and it's moving, and I'll start praying, and next thing you know, it's not there no more. What starts happening after that incident is, my sister remembers, she's here right now, we start missing all our silverware. My sister goes to the store, buys spoons and forks. They disappear. And she's like, "Hey, do you know what happened to the spoons and the forks that I just bought yesterday?" I said, "I don't know, but I'll go buy some more." Where would we go buy them? At the Dollar General or Dollar Tree. Was cheaper, right? So I'll go there, buy a lot of them. Like, okay, I'm going to buy $20 worth. We'll put them there. 2 days go by, we're missing all the silverware. We're like, what the hell is happening to our silverware? And I said, are the kids throwing it in the trash or something? And we're trying to figure out what's happening. And we don't know because we can't find it. Then one day, I'm asleep on my bed. My son was still small. and we're asleep. The freaking electrical outlet catches on fire, and it catches my bed on fire, and I have to, my colchon, no, my box spring catches on fire. So I'm shutting off the fire, and my sister like, what the hell's going on? So what happened is, I don't know, it just caught on fire. This fire just came out of nowhere, you know? So I was afraid, so I pushed the bed a little bit away from there, you know. We still slept on it even though it caught on fire because we shut it off. So the following day I said, well, I'm gonna clean up the mess and make sure, you know, nothing else happened. You know, I'm gonna check the outlet. So I moved the bed in the box room. I moved it out of the way. When I moved the bed in the box room out of the way, guess what I found? It's gonna trip you out, y'all. What I found was a pile of silverware on all four corners of my bed. Piles of silverware on all four corners of the bed. Now, how it got there, I do not know. Was it the fairy or pixie that might have done that? Did they place it there for a reason? And this is the reason I'm going to say this. My sister remembers it. That's my sister right there. Yeah, we're missing all the silver all the time. Like, Chinga, we had to eat with our hands. We had to eat with our hands because we couldn't find another silverware. They had to eat food with their hand. Yeah, we couldn't find it, and I found it all underneath my bed. It's like, at first I said, well, shit, was it the little fairy or pixie, whatever I seen, or was it because of the tree? So one day, like I'd always do, my sister knows I will go out there with my camera to take pictures, just in case something surfaces up where whatever took my son, it lured my son into the woods. I went out there one day, I was walking near the creek, and I heard the same noises of this is like a little buzzing sound, like somebody's trying to say something, like a little voice, you know. Right? We have the movie The Fly, you know, like when he says "Help me," but I'm hearing something like something. But what I'm hearing is this: I'm hearing somebody singing. It sounds like somebody's singing something. So I'm following the noise, you know. I was in the path and I was capturing something, but this little voice I heard, and I started following this little voice, like somebody's singing. As I near the creek, that's why I'm hearing it louder, but I'm not seeing nothing. So I grab my camera and I take a picture, one picture, and I do the sign of the cross. I walk away, and I'm still hearing the singing, but I just walk away and I say, so maybe it's just a bee or something that's making this noise. I get home, I debunk the picture, and what I see seems to be a little fairy sitting on a grain of grass. I got that picture. And I believe that when she was singing, she was just trying to lure me away from that area that's a hot spot. I believe she placed all the silverware on all four corners of my bed to protect me and my son. Because the fairy most likely knew that I was under spiritual attack, so she came to assist. That's what I feel. That's the only conclusion I can get. What would be the reason for the silver to be there? Well, you know how I talk about the demons can manifest a certain way. Why would it be silver? Not unless, the only conclusion I guess I can have about the silver, I'm going to be honest with you. Not unless it is something that is like a werewolf or lycanthrope, that the fairy places silver there to protect me from it trying to come and do me harm. Because they say that's how you kill a werewolf, is through silver. And that's the only conclusion of that fairy. I know where they live because I remember the tree. All I know is this, that I feel that she protected me. That's what she placed all that silverware around the four corners of my bed. Well, there's things coming around the house. Yeah, my house was messed up in the outside, man. If you were if if y'all knew what I was going through, and you go take picture outside my home, you'll see the dents on my house on the very top where it was getting hit by something, and whatever was making those dents way up on top had to be over 11 to 12 foot tall. Uh, my screen windows was always getting ripped out. Where my little Chihuahua, poor little Chihuahua, luckily the window was small in the restroom, but that window was always getting ripped out. Something will come every night, ripping the windows out like it was trying to, I'm thinking it was trying to get my little Chihuahua. Uh, there was posts and signs where people all around the neighborhood were missing their dogs and cats. They're literally, every year, the same time frame, missing dog and cats all around the neighborhoods. What I will find in the park, tails of cats and tails of dogs at the park. Just a tail that was left behind. What happened to the bodies? I do not know. I was always finding them in the park. Was something living them there? Gifting it. You know how a cat kills a rat, and sometimes when they kill the rat, they'll come and put it right beside you if you're asleep. They'll place it right beside you to let you know that they took out something. Well, I was finding the tails of dead animals in the park. Normally, they will place them strategically because it was where I will walk. I will find that. Sometimes I will find them when I will go do my nature trail walk. In the open space around the block, I will find those tails in the path that I will walk, or dead animals that were gutted open. My son witnessed it when he was already in 5th grade, 6th grade. Before they put the fence up near the airport, we like going nature trail walking. We were in an open space. When we got to the open space, we seen nothing but dead animals. Their fur, possums, wildcats, cats, dogs. There was a Doberman dog that had it looked like a fresh kill. That had its spine ripped out of its back. And I'm seeing all this, and I'm looking around, and it looked like it was like a den of dead animals. And I look at my son. I said, "Son, let's get the F out of here." He said, "Don't run or nothing. We're gonna walk out of here just like we walked in. We gotta stay calm and relax, and let's get out of here." We walked out of there. Now that area, somebody bought that area and they fenced it all up. But that happened right beside that area. You know, there's a lot of activity that happens there that's unexplainable. I want to say thank you all for whoever's tuning in. No, I had me a good night's rest. I slept all day, relaxed. I'm feeling a lot better. The cold or the thing that I've been having with the allergies is gone now. So I decided to make a video. My sister, she knows. She was right there with me. No, she experienced the things I was. If it wasn't for her, that's how I went up in the woods in the first place. When she told me, she awoke me. I was asleep in my room. She said, "Hey, there's somebody. I think there's a woman in trouble that's being hurt out there because I hear her screaming." I said, "What do you mean she's screaming?" She said, like, she's screaming real bad. So I get up, it was fresh. That's when I went out there, because when I got out there, I heard the woman yelling for help. So I went inside, put on some warm-ups, grabbed that bat, and went to go assist her. That's how I went up in the woods. But my sister waited for me. My sister was right there in the porch when I came back from the woods, and she seen how I looked. And she'll say it right now if she can describe it. How did my face look, sis? I'm not even going to say. You tell them what you seen when I came. right here, because you're here right now. How did my face look? Because me, I'm prior military. I talk a certain way. I try to stay tough. But when she seen my face, she seen how I looked. There you go. She said, "You were really pale." What would pale mean? Now I had to hide the fear, but pale would mean probably scared shitless. Honestly, scared shitless that what I just experienced or went through is unexplainable. But scared shitless because I made it out of there one piece. I prayed. I kept on prayer. My energy was drained. That's how I felt. I felt weak, but I was able to make it out of the same place. I went straight to the shower after that, and took a shower. I prayed for the water to be blessed, so I can get rid of whatever fear was on me or attachment was on me. I prayed and blessed the water for God, and I prayed to God to heal me, to get anything that bad off of me, and for nothing to come to her house. But it was real bad there in that environment, at that location. What did I score in the ASVAB? Well, I think I might have not scored that very well, and since I was a tanker in the army. They're like, well, what kind of job? I mean, most of the jobs already took it. We got a couple of jobs we can offer you. What would you like to do? You can be a cook if you want to. And I was like, well, watching the commercial where the tank's flying in the air and it goes into the mud, that's what I want to do. Oh, sure, no problem. Not knowing that job, it was a dangerous job. Not knowing that job was going to be that if there's a war, you're going to be the first ones to fight. Well, so there's the answer. My ASVAB score wasn't too hot, but I'll be honest with you. I'm going to tell you it wasn't too hot because, in all honesty, I was working two jobs. I was going half a day of school from my sophomore year all the way to my senior year. So I would only go half a day to school. I was working from 12:30 to 5, doing how should I say, long work at the local hospital, and then from 5:15 to like 10:30, I was working at Walmart. So I was working two jobs, and still finding a way to do my homework and all that for school. That I was able to graduate, but I had to work because I was looking over my brother and sisters. I had to work two jobs. But if my life wouldn't have been normal, and I have too much chaos and havoc, had it is what it is. You can only do what you can do with what you have, But what was more important, being a brainiac, or manning up, working the jobs that I had to do to help my brothers and sisters? So I had to man up. That's what I did. But besides that, I have a lot of wisdom and knowledge. I know he was joking. Yeah, I got to meet Master Sam Walton. When I was finally, after I graduated, I started working. They gave me the position to work full time. I was working and receiving, and I seen an old man walk in the back. Yeah, old white man. I was like, man, what is this güero doing here? This is a Mexican town. There ain't no gringos here. There's nothing but Mexicans here. We're from the Valle, Holmes. I was like, Senor, how can I help? He got to start coming, walking close and close. And he's looking at me, I'm looking at him. It's like, oh shit, that's Mr. Sam Walton, looking at me. He's looking at me, I'm all dirty, from working hard. He reached out his hand to me. I shook his hand, and he said, thank you for the hard work. And I said, thank you, sir. And he walked out, went to the front desk, and they called all the people to the front desk. They started doing the Walmart chair, and Mr. Walton got on the service desk, and he did the little squinkly. That's what I remember of Mr. Sam Walton. God rest his soul, right? He passed away like in 90, I think think 93, 94. Yeah, my English wasn't my favorite subject. Just put it that way. It was very confusing to me. When your mind already has enough problems and you're just trying to survive, it's like I wasn't I wasn't interested in school anymore. I was interested in surviving. But I still managed to. Just put it this way: I had a friend that sat right in front of me. She knew my situation. She was her name was Clarissa Smith, and she was smart, and she knew that I was working two jobs. She knew I was tired because when I would go to that class, I'll fall asleep. But when it was test time, she would always help me out. She just moved to the side a little and gave me the answers. That's how I managed to to. That's the only class I really needed help in because I was tired, man. It's the same routine every day. And then on the weekends, I'll work Saturday and Sundays. They'll get me to work the daytime or go help out the guy at nighttime because they knew my situation, or there was a replacement. They knew that I need the money. They'll call me in. They had a big grass. Say, hey, you want to make some money? So sure. And then sometimes when I was already in place that I was doing good, I would bring people that I knew, like my cousins or family friends, to do the other work, the side jobs, to help them out. But that's coming from a little town, man. The only thing you're handle are these nuts. Somebody's talking about. Man, I don't even know who it is that's here right now. I don't care. They can say whatever they say. I'm just gonna. Chief, how do you block? I don't even know how to block in here. Anybody? Let me see who this chief guy is. I've seen him before. Okay, I got him. I'm fixing to remove his punk ass. He's gone. I think he's gone. Okay. Hide user on this channel. Or put out user in timeout. Yep. There you go. Okay, we got that guy that I've seen him before. Trolling Josh. I put him in 24-hour timeout for right now, so we have to see him. But yes, man, Mr. Sam Walton, you could say he was a cheapskate because the managers would have to go. He would land in little small airports where he wouldn't have to pay that much money, and the manager or assistant manager would have to go pick him up from the airport, and then they would have to drive him from town to town. And every manager were driving from town to town. But he passed away when I was in the military, and that's about the only time that I remember him. Was that time. When you meet somebody that, like, is that powerful, that you wanna share what you're going through, but you can't, because you don't think that people are going to care what you're going through. But we struggle a lot, but we survived. All my brothers and sisters, we survived, no matter what we were facing and where we came at, and we are here now. We are still love one another. We're still connected, my brothers and sisters. I love my brothers and sisters. I'm always there for them. If they need my help, I'm there. If I can't help, I'm going to help. Oh yeah, yeah. Haters are always gonna. I already got rid of Chief, but it's kind of noticed when I started doing the Friday shows with brother Josh Turner and the rest of the crew. That I started getting more hate again. But I'm not worried about it. People are gonna hate me or whatever, or they say I have nothing nice to say. I just love to do this. My sister knows how I am. There was a time when I was being spiritually targeted that people didn't know what the hell was going to happen to me because they didn't understand what I was going through. They didn't know. Before my sister moved in there, everybody thought that PTSD was getting the best of me. They thought that, oh, everyone is there something wrong with him? Is something ain't right? Let's have. They even had they try to have what do you call those? A little intervention, or what do you call that when everybody comes and speaks? But they wasn't there to know what I was going through. I was protecting my brothers and sisters by keeping distant away from them, because what I was being targeted by, it was happening to me, and I didn't want no danger to come to my brothers and sisters. So if something was going to happen, it was going to happen to me. Till my sister Beatrice, she moved into me, then she understood what that thought was my madness. She understood it wasn't madness at all. She understood that there was definitely some crazy stuff happening there where I lived. Then she knew why I was the way I was. And that's how it normally happens. When people don't understand what you're going through, they're quickly to judge you, but they don't know because they're not there. Not unless they experience and they will understand. I was just protecting people in my family. The reason I was protecting people in my family, because I would say to myself, what if this that is happening to me is part of a generational curse? I have to protect my brothers and sisters. I have to continue to keep them in prayer. I have to keep them out of this area if I'm being targeted, And, of course, I was already struggling with my health. I was struggling with my health. I had a blood clot on my left leg, all the injuries from the military. VA wasn't helping me. The VA was trying to take me out. My sister was there. My sister Beata was there when they tried to take me out of King Daughters Hospital. She was there at the house when I showed up at the house. And when I showed up at the house, honestly, I don't even know how I showed up there. Only she knows what she's seen when I walked in the house. I don't remember nothing. So she went into prayer for me. My sister was there. She was praying for me when there was like 5 or 6 of them that are around me in the bed with, you could say like death, with skeleton hands reaching out for me. My sister was praying, and I really never really seen her pray. She was praying, and I was swinging, trying to hit them. And then finally I see my sister praying, and I said, you know what? Abe, where's your faith? And I started going into prayer. And when I started going into prayer and she was praying at the same time, they left. And I said, well, maybe I'm just hallucinating and seeing the things that were there. My sister told me straight up, said, brother, the reason I was praying is because I seen them in the room. I seen them around you in the bed. That's why I went into prayer, because she's seen them. Dark, big, tall figures. There were black shadow figures with, like, it looked like they were wearing some kind of like the Druids, right? But black. But you could see the skeleton hands. They were reaching out for me. I was fighting for my life because King Daughters tried to take me out. How? By giving me too much blood thinner. The reason I found out I had too much blood thinner from Friday to Saturday, I went to the VA. They said I believe they said 13.9 or 15.9 blood thinner in my system. They said, there's no way anybody can make a mistake like this. You shouldn't have this much blood thinner in your system. There's no way. Your organs are going to fail. Well, they did fail. I went somewhere else, but I got blessed to come back. The Heavenly Father blessed me. But that's a whole different story. My sister's been there for all that. For all the stuff that I say, she's been there for the majority of it. She's been there and witnessed it. My sister Beatrice, I call her sister B. That's what her friends call her, is B. She was there on that show. This was Honey season 3, episode 2. She's at the show there for me. The other person that witnessed the DDN, what I call the DDN, that surrounded the vehicle, she said she couldn't do it because she was scared, and then she said she couldn't do it because she didn't know how people were going to think about her. So that's why they just put an actress to play the part in the show, right? Like, part of the story. But that day I was just helping her fix her flat. A shooting pool. Every Friday we'll go shoot pool. And she had a flat tire. I was riding with a friend named Leonard. And I said, Leonard, I need to help her, she's a woman. Let me help her. I'll just tell her to drop me off. She's got to go that way anyways, because we all knew each other. Everybody in the bar while we should pull, we were friends. I said, look, I'll help you. Just drop me off at my house. I said, sure. So I changed the flat real quick. And when she dropped me off at the house, as soon as we parked on the right side of the house, of the mobile home park, we were talking. And as soon as we said a couple of things to each other, and she said, who's that behind us? And I looked like this, and I see somebody standing behind us, and I said, I think that might be my nephew. Said, who's that to the front of us? I see something in front of us. Oh, shoot, that's not my nephew. Then I see one to the left and one to the right, and she started getting scared. And she's like, what the hell is that? She just got scared. I said, you need to pray. And I started praying, and she didn't want to pray. I said, you need to pray. She wouldn't want to pray, so I got off to pray. When I got off, she backed off real quick, and she took off like a bat out of hell. But when she took off, all those things that are around the vehicle took off after her. So I kept on praying, right? I kept on praying. A phone call from her, like not even 10 minutes later, and she said, when I left the park, going towards the Domino's, something came out of the woods, hit the side of my car, and tried to run me off the road. And she's like, I will never go back to that place ever again. And next thing you know, she told me that, like, one more conversation I had with her, that she had placed a cross or of a santo on the bridge where she had that experience. I went walking over there, and there it was. She had placed it, she tied it to the bridge because of what she experienced at the park. I asked her, they chased you for a reason. What is the reason? I said, do you have any kind of anger towards somebody or something in that nature? She said, yes. I hate my ex-husband. I wish he was dead. And I said, that's why they followed you. That was the opening. That's what they followed you. That's what they surfaced up the way you did, because you want death upon them. I'm telling you, those things that are there are very territorial. They know what's in somebody's mind and somebody's heart, Oh yes, I believe in Jesus Christ 100%. I prayed to him every time I was going through something there in Elm Grove, or wherever I go through, or wherever they surface up. I bring Jesus Christ to the picture. Brother Dylan, it's Dylan, I believe. But I do have my glasses here. I mean, I can put on my glasses maybe to see the comments better. Let me say this: you wouldn't hit somebody with 4 eyes, would you? I ought to carry them just in case somebody wants to fight with me. Just put them on, and you wouldn't hit somebody with 4 eyes, would you? So people would leave me alone. I wear glasses. I can't see. Can you leave me alone? Oh man, that's nothing, man. The things that we've seen and gone through in our life. Oh yeah, brother Dylan. Look, we live near the park, and we have our sliding door. It's pretty big, pretty wide, and you can see everything in the park. And in the park, there's lights. There's poles that have lights, like around the swing sets. At nighttime, when I first moved in there, you see them coming out of the woods, and you see them running around, And at that time, I'm thinking, well, maybe it's my nephews playing tag, or, they're out there running around playing hide and go seek. So it's like 12, 1 in the morning. You see them out there, they're running around. I'll start walking towards there, and I'm yelling at them, hey, you need to go home. It's late out here. There could be some kind of animal. You can get attacked. You need to go home. As they're still standing there along the swing set in the park, as I get near, they go into the woods. And so I know y'all went into the woods. You better come out. So I see y'all. I see y'all there. You better come behind those bushes. They wouldn't come out. I'll go walk back. I'll go walk back. I will go by, walk back to the mobile home. I think I was doing better with the glasses. Reflection of the light there is getting me. Uh, as I will walk back, I'll tell my sister. I said, "Hey, there's some kids. They're playing hide and go seeks." I said, "No, the kids are here." I said, "They're asleep." My sister, they're there in the room. They're asleep. Then I go look, and there they are. They come back out of the woods, and they're running around. So every time I would go there, this dark shadow figures, they will go running back into the woods. And after a while, when things really started surfacing up, you see them coming further up into where the mobile homes were, going through the walls of the mobile homes, to which I would warn my neighbors. I warned so many neighbors that they told me, they reported me to the park, and they told me to leave them alone, that I was scaring them. I'm trying to protect them, right? So that's okay. The only thing I can protect is my immediate home. So I was always putting holy water. I made my own ingredients with pure stuff like garlic, salt, olive oil, to fight spiritually, because these things were coming to the mobile homes. Then next thing you know, we lost our neighbors. We lost a neighbor behind us. There was a German lady. The one across her was a Philippine lady. We lost Miss Kim. She was a very good friend of ours. We lost a neighbor that was her neighbor. They moved a little RV. He passed away in there. I believe my brother-in-law had fixed his roof of his RV. There was another lady, a Korean lady that died, that passed away up the hill, the same block. And there was a man that died in his home also that we knew. All the things that they had in common was this: they all passed away in their bedroom, were found deceased in their bedroom. Uh, there was one that was found deceased on the recliner. But you see, these things that I was seeing, they were going in through the mobile home, through the walls. I believe they were like succubus or incubus, and that's how they die. They die in their sleep. When we talk about sleep paralysis and sleepwalking, their energy life source got drained by them. We lost that many people in our neighborhood. It was sad. It was sad. I try to help out people. I was trying to tell them to put protection around their homes and stuff like that, but nobody wanted to listen. And we lost some good people, especially Miss Kim. Miss Kim was a very caring woman. She was always there for me. Like when I was having hard times, she was like, "Miss Kim, can I catch a ride to the store?" She would guard her way. My son, we were close to Miss Kim, and Miss Kim, she knew things. She was from Korea. She knew things, and she was always nice to us. She liked to joke around a lot. I'm gonna tell you how she liked to joke around. She had took me to the HEB at night. We were driving home already, and we were getting near Elms Grove. She had this new car, those cars that you can see the back through the little thing. She turned around and was going into the woods, and I was like holding on to my seat. I said, Miss Kim, that's not the road. That's not the road. She looked at me and said, "I hope you don't ask me for another ride again." She got me good, man. She scared the crap out of me. Then she backed away, and because she couldn't see at night, Said, "Okay, Miss Kim, I won't ask her for a ride again at night. From now on, if I ask for a ride, it's going to be during the day. I will not ask for a ride at nighttime. Thank you, But she was funny, man. She would throw you off guard big time with some jokes out of nowhere. Her name was Miss Kim. Oh, she was a good to us, but she knew things. Just like the Philippine lady that lived in the corner by the edge of the park near the swing sets. When I first moved in there, that lady, she told me when she see me cutting through those woods, going to the store because that path is a shortcut to go to the highway, to cross the bridge to go to I think it was a Family Dollar, Dollar General because it changed. It was a shortcut that we would take, you know. So when we have to go all the way around, we just cut through there or we cut another direction. Uh, that lady told me, "Hey, I see you going through through those woods." She said, "Don't go through there." She said, "There's something evil there." I said, "What do you mean evil?" She said, "I can't say what kind of evil." She said, "There's something evil there. Don't go there." She said, "I've been living here," I think she was like 28 years. I said, "Don't go through there. Something evil." She was always warning me of that area. She wasn't lying. I found out the hard way. When I was talking about it yesterday, she was going to leave because she bought a home. She was leaving. She had sold a mobile home, and there was her son was standing on the outside of the gate by the shed, and I had never met him because she said she had a son that lived in New Mexico or Arizona, somewhere around there. So I started talking to him, and he's looking at me, and he's looking at me like a certain way, you know, and I could see like a little yellow glare in his eyes, just looking at me. And I said, "Hey man, I know your mom." I said, "My name's Abe. Nice to meet you." Looking at me, and then as I'm talking to him, he looks at me and said, he looking at me and said, "Do you go there to that path right there?" And I said, "Yeah, I cut through it to go to the store." He said, "Don't go there." I said, "Why? Have you heard what a lycanthrope is?" So I've heard of something like that, of lycanthrope. Said, "That's what lives there." He said, "I'm a historian for the natives of he said he said he was a historian for the natives that were in New Mexico and Arizona, that he would write books of them, right?" This is what he told me. I said, "Oh, thank you. It was nice meeting you." And I just walked away and stayed with that, right? So she sold the mobile home, they moved the mobile home, and the shed was left. Then one day, I seen a truck pulled up in the gates, and I seen him in the gates getting the stuff out of the shed that was left behind. And I was like, that's like 2 or 3 months later, after I meet him, right? I go up to him, I say, "Hey man, how you doing, buddy?" And he's looking at me. I said, "You remember me when we talked last time? You're telling me you're a historian from, uh, you live in New Mexico, Arizona. You're a historian." He's looking at me. He said, "Man, I don't know who the hell you are." That's what he told me. So I don't know who the hell you are. It's like, "What do you mean? We talked. I told you I knew your mom." I said, "No, this is the first time I ever met you." That's what he told me. So, what I was really talking to, I believe, the first time, since this guy said that he's never met me before in his life, I believe what I was talking to was the shapeshifter skinwalker that took his form. That's what I believe I was talking to. When he's talking about lycanthrope, if we were to connect skinwalkers and shapeshifters, that's what they turn into a lot, right? This werewolf-like, dogman-like creatures. So I believe the yellowish of the eyes was that skinwalker shapeshifter that was talking to me, telling me to go into the woods because that's where it resides. Crazy. I got that's one thing about me. I have a lot of stories and I can talk all night. You know, just things that happened to me that I remember. That's what I'm doing. I'm here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. So whoever invites me to their podcast or whatever the topic they want to talk about, I've just been about through seeing just about everything in my life as I do the spiritual works. You know, it just I stay active. You know, I still like to work out, like to have fun. I go dancing. In spite of all the things that happen, you know, you have to stay active and still enjoy life regardless. But at the same time, when there's a spiritual battle that gets placed in front of you, you have to be ready and fight it spiritually through love. Listen to me, guys. Fight it spiritually through love. What does that mean? You're not accepting the negativity. You're not paying attention to what they're saying. Just maintain your love foundation. Just like the guy that was here. I don't know what he was saying because I wasn't paying attention. I was just seeing the comments that you were saying. So I just took him out because y'all saying that he's saying some things. So I got him out of here. But that's the best way that I can tell you can overcome the enemy. It doesn't matter if it's people that are aligned with the darkness or people that have a spiritual opening, that they're being used in that nature, that they're being bonded or possessed to come at you. The love foundation, as you could say, God bless you, I love you, or you could say, I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, flee, because it's not going to be able to attack you because you don't have a spiritual opening for them to attack you. So they're going to leave. So if some of this unclean spirits that get sent your way, or being sent to you through witchcraft or necromancy, and they're not doing the job because you don't have the spiritual opening, then guess where it goes? It goes to the sender. To wherever send it to you, it's going to go back to them. And it goes to the measure of what they wished upon you. So you can only figure, if they wish death upon you and it goes back 7 times fold, well, that's what they're going to receive, is their own the own thing that they were trying to do to you is going to go back right to them, because you're protecting your love foundation. It's hard to say, it's hard. It's not hard to do, but that's one of the hardest things that anybody can do in this world, because it's easy to anger, but when you get in the moment that you're just going to go berserker or go and turn into the Wolverine or whatever you think you can turn into with anger, imagine preventing that with a love foundation and not give anything, person or unseen force, that opening, because you say, you know what, God bless you, I love you, I'll keep you in prayer. As a matter of fact, let me pray right now. And you see a prayer. All the bad things that are just waiting to attack, they can't attack because you're not giving it that authority, because you're maintaining the love foundation. That's why it's important to maintain a love foundation. Because anybody can anger, but it's to control the anger, and to not just control the anger, but reverse it. Like, for example, you could be arguing with somebody you love, and then you catch yourself and say, why am I arguing with the person that I love? Because sometimes that's how they attack. They make you argue with the people that you love because it wants hatred to conquer. But you catch yourself and you say, you know what, I love you. They're like, oh, I love you too. And whatever's trying for you to anger is not going to work, because you overcame it with love. That's how you do it. Tell them, brothers, sisters. Some people say, well, love is weak. No, love is the most powerful thing in the world, man. Anger is weak. Hatred is weak. Fighting is weak. That means that those people that have anger, hatred, and fighting, they've already failed. It's the people that have love, that are maintaining it, that are winning, because they're not falling into the negativity. That's why it's important for us to maintain our love foundation. And you can still continue to do your works. I don't know how many times when I was in the military, when I was leaving, I was sick. Sergeant Major would get in my face, like right here. Just start cussing at me in front of all the first sergeants, and I'll be in I have my back, locked up how you're supposed to. He's just cussing me out, saying all kinds of bad things about me for about 15, 20 minutes. And all the time that he's saying something to me, I'm not hearing nothing. I'm not hearing nothing, because I'm attending my love foundation. So I just see this. Then when I don't see this no more, I say, "Are you done, Sergeant Major?" And he's like, "Get the F out of my face." And I say, "God bless you, Sergeant Major, and you have a nice day." He'd be like, "Ah." Because the negativity that he was trying to throw at me, it didn't work. So he would get mad. You know, I don't know whatever happened to that guy, but a lot of people were afraid of him, but I wasn't afraid of him because I knew what he was about, and I wasn't afraid of him at all. Thank you, Amy and Ivy. Oh yeah, that's why I tell everybody: challenge yourself. Challenge yourself. Uh, you could be at work. You know, you have the people you work with. Somebody's in a bad mood, and they're just going off on you for no reason. It could be your manager, your assistant manager, and they're just going off on you. Don't pay attention to what they're telling you because you know your manager, you know the people. They could be good peoples, but at that time, I remember one morning, early in the morning, I work at 3 to 4. The manager was going off on me, bad, ugly. And I was looking at him spiritually, and I seen it moving in his face. And I looked at him as he was going off on me. I say, "God bless you, brother. I love you, brother." Like, whatever was there, left. And he said, "I love you too, brother." So I ignored what he was saying to me because I knew there was something else working behind him. Whatever spiritual, whatever was there, it went away. When it broke, when I said, "I love you, God bless you, brother," and I was an order filler, and I just continued to work. Yes, when I went into the woods, somebody said, "What did I witness in the woods?" Well, when I was following the voice yelling for help, I had a bat in my hand. I had no flashlight. So the swing set, and I could hear the woman yelling for help. It sounded kind of loud. So I walked the path. I had the bat in my hand, and I said, "Okay, I'm gonna whoever's doing her harm, I'm gonna do a military style. I'm gonna do a sneak attack and get him from behind, right?" So I'm getting real close, and I'm hearing the sound getting closer and closer and closer, and I have the bat, and I'm fixing to swing. And as I'm fixing to swing, because I hear the voice very loud right by me, it stops. So I'm relying on my instincts. So I'm looking to see if I see any movement or anything like that, and I move real slowly, kind of like ninja-like style. And I'm looking, I'm not seeing no movement. I look through the trees because the leaves are falling. I could see the gas station in the distance. Past the creek, I could see the club, no cars. And I'm looking, and I say, "Is anybody here?" Nothing. No, nothing. So as I'm looking, I turn around, and I'm looking back to the creek, and I feel something behind me. As I feel something behind me, I turn real slowly. Is the feeling that I had, it triggered my senses. All my hair stood up. At that time, I had a little cold, so I couldn't breathe right. But I felt my hair stood up. So that's telling me there's something here spiritually around me. So when I turned around, that's when I seen him. The closest one to me was like from here to that pole right here, not even long, like 4 feet away. All I could see was a tall figure, the silhouette of it looking down at me. It had to be it was tall, like 9 foot, 10 foot, looking down at me. And I could see white eyes as it's looking down at me. It's huge. And then I see two other set of white eyes where there's one like maybe they're probably like 10 meter intervals. Like there's another one there, and then one further down in where the entrance of that path curves. And to the left, I see one low to the ground, like it's ready to tackle me. And there's one that's like a how do you say it? How the centers position themselves when they're going to hike the ball. Then there's one standing in the far distance. The reason I could see him is because of the white eyes and the silhouette. So I'm seeing the white eyes and seeing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then I said to myself, well, the creek is 12 feet behind me. I could run into the creek. But then this one that's here is going to chase me down real quick. That's close to me. The other option was to go to the bridge. The bridge was probably like 40 feet away. I have to go through a ditch to climb towards the bridge. And I said, that one that's fixing to tackle me, they're probably going to charge me. I won't even make it to the bridge. So I'm looking, and they're right there just looking at me. And I said, I need to take my place where I feel safe, So I went into prayer. I'm praying and I'm praying. I'm praying the deliverance prayer. Praying and praying and praying. And I start ignoring them because they're looking at me, So I said, well, there's only one way out, which is the quickest route to the house, is go back the way I came in. I have to go there with no fear. When I seen them as big as a war, I dropped my bat because the bat was like a toothpick compared to them. So I ain't gonna do nothing against 6 of them. No way. This bat is a wooden bat. It's like, So I dropped it just in case there were some kind of animal or something. I know it was no animal because they were tall. So I said to myself, I don't want to show them that I want to harm them, so I dropped my bat. So I'm standing there, and as I'm praying, I said, okay, I felt the presence of the Heavenly Father. I'll start walking in between them. I'm walking. The one that's close to me could literally reach out and grab me if it wanted to. It was that close to the path. That path is not that wide, but as tall as it was, it could literally reach and grab me. As I'm praying the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, I could see the head turning of it, but I make a tunnel vision so I could see just directly in front of me. So as I'm walking through the middle of them, I could see them turning their heads, looking at me. As I'm praying the Our Father, they try to interrupt my prayer, or they interrupted my prayer, as they kept on repeating, saying, the Holy One, the Holy One, the Holy One. They kept on saying that, but I kept on praying the deliverance prayer. I passed them up. They kept on saying the Holy One. I never turned back. I walked to where I entered. I passed the swing sets. I never looked back, and I just kept on walking forward until I made it home. When I made it home, my sister was waiting there for me. I don't know how long I was out there. I don't know. All I know, my sister was still waiting for me. And that's when she said are you okay? I didn't say nothing to her. She seen I was pale. She gave me a hug, and that's when I went to the room. They were acknowledging the Our Father. And they were saying the Holy One. What other thing we know that acknowledges Jesus Christ? Was from the man possessed, right? The legion. When they knew who he was, they were saying his name. They knew who he was. They didn't want them to send him back, so he sent them into the swine and pigs. They were acknowledging the prayer, the deliverance prayer. That's why they kept on saying the Holy One. I believe that protected me. If I wouldn't have went into prayer, I don't know what would have happened. Honestly, all I know that luckily that I kept my faith and believe in Jesus Christ, and I'm here to talk about it. And the time frame when that incident happened was late at night. It was like around 3 o'clock, which that's a demonic hour, 3. It goes against the Holy Trinity. So I felt that what I witnessed there was something demonic. I went back the following day with my nephew to see if we could find like a purse or lipstick or an ID or something of a woman being there. We couldn't find nothing. But if you look at the picture here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and the one that I have on Facebook, that's the picture my nephew took of what we found as evidence that there was something there that was tall. And in that picture, you see it right there where it's standing. It's real tall. What was it? Did it manifest there during the day? But we caught it on camera, I have another picture of where that one stood, and that I went there during the day, and I captured something there where it stood, and I have a picture of that. Maybe I'll post it, or maybe I'll post those two pictures. That's what I'll do. I'll make a short reel of pictures that I captured there in Elms Grove of the path of Elms Grove, in which I'll place a picture of the one standing that my nephew caught, and I'll place the one that I caught standing by that tree that was looking down at me, of the figure. When it's dark, you can't really tell what it is. You just see in the darkness with no flashlight. The only thing you're seeing is silhouettes. You're just seeing the shapes of them, the silhouettes. But I could see there was something up because where the eye stood. I could see the big silhouettes. But yes, I hope y'all enjoying tonight's live feed. I want to say thank you to everybody that's here supporting Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm more recuperated now, thank God. I had last month was then my month. I went through a lot, and I've overcome the allergies, whatever I was going through. I'm doing better now. So I decided to make this video tonight just to see how many night owls are out here they're awake like I am at night. I see my sister is ready to go. Good night, sis. I live in Temple, Texas right now. I used to live in Killeen, Texas. That's where I had all my spiritual encounters. But here in Temple, Texas, there's a lot of activity also. I think a lot of the activity that happens in Central Texas has to do because of native land. A lot of shadow figures, shapeshifters, skinwalkers, is because of the natives that used to live here in this land. There's a lot of sightings around the lakes, like Belton Lake, Chalkridge Falls, any natural trails. A lot of activity there. That I've heard from people that they've seen things, or that something happened to them, that they can explain. But it's like they're in disembodied form. That's their territory still, even though they're not here. They're still roaming around the woods. I know for sure at the lake, at the Belton Lake, I've seen some activity there of what seemed to be what people want to call dogmen. I'll call them werewolves or shapeshifters. I've seen activity where I got invited to a party. This before I was already living in Elms Grove. I hadn't been through a lot of the spiritual activity yet. I went to a party near the lake, and there was a house that you could walk down into the water. It was up in a ridge. So, there was some people that said, let's go skinny dipping. So I said, okay, let's go skinny dipping. But everybody was drunk. So I was just going to try, if they were going to go down the hill, I was going to walk with them so they wouldn't fall, But nobody went down there. I was waiting for them. Nobody showed up. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go just jump in the water and swim. So I jumped in the water and I was swimming. And when I was swimming in the water, I heard something moving in the woods. And I stopped. I'm just trading water. I'm not trying to make no noise because I don't know what's moving in the woods. And next thing you know, I see something crawl out of the woods, and they live in a big trail. And I see a head. It looks like an alligator. So I say, oh shit. And then I start thinking, oh man, that's when all the night life comes out. So I let it go a little bit in a distance, and I swam back to the shore. I got out of the shore and I started walking up the hill, and you can see the lights from the house. I'm going up, and I'm midway up. As I turn around to look, I see them, two of them, pass right in front of me. I mean, huge, tall, passed right in front of me. Werewolf, you can call it werewolf, dogman, whatever. I seen them. They were like inches away from me. They just brushed right against me. They were full speed running. It's like they were running together, like they were playing around or something, but passed right in front of me. I was like, what the hell is that? I said, that's not no deer. is running on twos. So I walked slowly up the hill. I got there, and I was like trying to tell the person that went up there, said, "You're not gonna believe what I just seen." I grabbed my son. I said, "Hey, let's get the hell out of here," and we left. I know people that live near that lake that said that they've seen them there in their property. I said, "What you seen in the property?" There was a woman that bought some land there, and she sent me a picture of it, of what she witnessed, and she said, "They're here." I said, "What's here? What you speak of? The dog man or the skinwalker shapeshifter? They're here. I seen them." She seen them in her property. And she tried to send me a picture of it, and it looked like the one that she sent me looked like the one that I witnessed in Elms Grove. I told her if she could take me to the land so I can see if what we can find there. She said at that time there was a lot of bad weather. She said, "Whenever the weather clears up, I'll let you know." But I haven't heard from her ever since. Yes. Yes, brothers and sisters. Sometimes there's things that's understandable that you can't. But spiritually, I can tell you this: always follow your heart, because the Spirit is going to guide you. The Spirit is going to let you know. It's going to let you know if it's something good or it's something bad. That's why I can understand why, if your hairs are standing up crazy without even knowing, seeing nothing, and they're triggered that way, that's letting you know it's something demonic, man. That's letting you know right off the bat. Your spirit is already letting you know, hey, something's entering your space. Be ready to fight spiritually. That's why I went into prayer. A lot of the things that I know from my great-great-grandmother, from people that I've crossed paths with, like La Curandera, when I was a kid. So I go with my instincts. My great-grandmother would tell me about the spiritual battle. There's another one. My great-great-grandmother. Her name was Malola Curandera. She was a spiritual woman. My mother took me over there one time because she said that I was being spiritually attacked by something was trying to attack me. So she pulled out the sage and she smoked all the living room. She smoked all the room. There's smoke everywhere. As she's praying for me, right there beside me, maybe 1 foot, 2 foot away. You've seen them. Guess what? What formation? Guess what form was standing beside me? What people call werewolf, Dogman, Lycanthrope. It was in the smoke, right? And the jaws were closing like it was trying to take a bite at me. But it wasn't something that was in the flesh. It was something that's in disembodied form. The smoke broke the cloak. And my grandmother took authority over them and told them, said, "Leave him alone and leave my house." They turned around and they walked out the front door. So I've been witnessing what people call dogmen or werewolves spiritually, in which I know there are. That's why I bring the demonic nature, But I'm not gonna. Just imagine this: if somebody is believing in that 100% and giving them power, right? Not bringing Jesus Christ in the picture, what can happen to them? Most likely, they can get hurt spiritually and physically. That's what brings the confusion. And I'm thinking it's dealing with the belief factor, why a lot of people, if there's somebody being attacked, it's because of the belief factor, which is fear, and there's belief, and which it gives power and domain over them. That's why these individuals are getting attacked. There's people that are dying that we know of within the cryptid community, paranormal community, because they're giving them power through belief. Oh, I believe it's a ghost. Well, I believe I'm talking to your lost grandmother right now. But what if it's a demon? Vice versa. Well, I believe that's a Bigfoot clan. What if it's the Legion? Oh, I've seen a big one. What if it's a demon and you're giving it power? You're giving it power, and it's gonna run havoc on you. And I believe that's where a lot of people, some of them get sick because they get the attachment, and the only way to clear that is to go into prayer. Cure the ojo or the egg to get the unclean spirit off of them, cleans the home, and if they manifest whatever manifestation to take, tie, bind, and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name. You have to do it through Jesus Christ. Yes, I can pray for all the brothers and sisters that are here, whether you're spiritual, cryptid, whether whatever path that you're on, we can pray right now. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for all my brothers and sisters that are here or viewing on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I would like to pray for them, for anybody that's going through anything spiritually. I want them to know, Heavenly Father, that they're not alone. I want them to know that you're there with them, that all they have to do is call your name and you will assist them spiritually. I want to pray for the sick. I want to pray for those that are being spiritually attacked, spiritually bonded. I want to make spiritual heavenly crosses on everybody that's going through something spiritually from head to toe. I want to make spiritual heavenly crosses in their homes or wherever they reside, on their property. We tie, bind, and rebuke any unclean spirits, any demonic spirits. We take an authority over you. We tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and take an authority over you. You're not welcome in our immediate foundation, in our home foundation. You're not welcome at all. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. I just want to say thank you guys for tuning in here. I've been going on for a while now. I don't even know what time it is. It's going to be 3 in the morning. I don't want to keep y'all up too late. But I just want to thank every one of you. I want to thank my sister. I want to tell my sister B, I love you. I love all of y'all. I want to thank the Turners, Josh Turner, Nellie Turner, for allowing me to do the Friday shows with them. I feel blessed that you allow me to be on Fridays with y'all. And I want to say thank you to everybody that's here, new friends, even to the trolls. To the trolls, they were saying negative comments. There's still hope for you also. If you stop the trolling and pay attention to what is being said, maybe you can learn something. Replay the video and learn something from this instead of trolling. When you troll that way, to me, that's telling me it's a person that needs spiritual help because they're being bonded by something, and they're being put in that nature to come at me because they don't want people to open up spiritually. But no matter how much you troll, it's not going to work. And that's what our troll reminds me of. Anybody that's trolls reminds me of spiritual people that are being bonded. That it's the unseen forces that are working through them to stop a good thing, to stop a something out of love, to stop the sharing and carrying of experiences that can help somebody that needs help right now. But I'll still keep the trolls in prayer, even though they don't want to identify themselves. I keep them there, or trolls can be something else, something demonic, right? So if it is the trolls that are demonic in nature, we tie, bind, and rebuke the trolls through Jesus Christ's name at this time. Amen. And for none of the trolls or demonic forces to interfere or interrupt or follow anybody through this live feed, we tie, bind, and rebuke that in Jesus Christ's name. Oh yeah, I used to see that all the time, brother, sister, all throughout my life. It's through when you fight spiritually all your life, you've seen it come and go. It's nothing new. It's like, here we go again. But when I say here we go again, I'm gonna tell my love foundation. I've had it where I've run into witches, warlocks that make their presence known to me. They say they're there for because of a spiritual hit, and they're looking at me, and basically saying they're going to do something to me. I said, well, first of all, I just want to tell you that I have nothing against you. I'm just here to tell you that I placed Jesus Christ first, and I'm here to tell you that I've seen people like you come and go in my life. Say, if you say or try to do anything to me spiritually, I'm not accepting it, and it's going to go back to you. I'm just letting you know because I'm a person that's got a good heart, and I care. I care about humanity, and I care about life. So some of them listen and walk away, but there's some, because they're regional witches and they have a clan behind them. They try to show their fist, spiritual fist of the witchcraft and orgullousness that they do. They try to come at me spiritually, and I don't accept it. It goes back to the sender. I remember one where it happened in Harker Heights. I was at the bar with my sisters. I wasn't even drinking because I was sick. Feel somebody tap me on the shoulder. It was an old lady, probably in her 70s, and she said, "Dance with me." I said, "Ma'am, I don't feel like dancing right now. I'm sick." So I turned around to just to keep talking with my sisters, and then she taps me on again, and she says, "Dance with me right now," like ordering me to dance. I said, "Ma'am, I don't know who you are, but like I told you before, I feel sick." So she starts cussing at me. My sister Beatrice, that was here, she starts going off on her. I said, I told her, "No, sister, alone. Don't worry about it." And I told the lady, that I still don't want to dance with her. And she looks around to the girls that she was with her clan, and she's like, "Tell him who I am." Like, she was confident, right? "Tell him who I am." And all of them said this. They said, "She's the original witch of this area." And they were laughing. And I said, "I don't care if you're the wicked witch of the West, like the Wizard of Oz." I said, "I still don't want to dance with you." So she went over there with those other women and started chanting something. As they were chanting something, I still maintained my love foundation, and I started praying the Our Father, the deliverance prayer, and left it at that. Whatever they were wishing upon me, all I know is this. A week passed by. I found out that lady, that evening, that she wished bad upon me, that she passed away from a brain aneurysm. And the women in her clan were running away from me. And there was one that told me why they were running away from me. Because all of those that were in prayer with her against me got cancer. But you see, that's nothing dealing with me. That's my Heavenly Father. He protects me from my enemies. So that's why I always place Jesus Christ first. And it's happened numerous times like that throughout my life. That's why I tell people, magic versus magic ain't going to make it positive. Beelzebub against Beelzebub. But when you do something through Jesus Christ, you will become, I'm not going to say victorious, because we're not supposed to celebrate, but it's more, we will overcome our enemies. You see? And I've seen this happen numerous times, brother and sister, since I was a kid, all the way up to now. When I was a kid, I was like 12 years old. I was in 7th grade. It was hot. I was drinking some water from a water fountain. As I was going to cut through the pharmacy store, there was an old lady. She said my name. I didn't know who she was. And she said, "Are you the son of so-and-so?" I said, "Yes, that's me." She pulled out this big old amulet. It had bones and chicken feet. And she started saying something in a different language. So I go say the deliverance prayer, the Our Father. As I'm saying the Our Father, through my parallel vision, I could see the angel standing behind me, the golden aura. She sees them also. As she sees them, she gets scared. She drops her amulet. It shatters on the ground. And she takes off running. I never seen her again. Whatever happened to her, I do not know. Because I don't know what she was trying to do to me. All I know is that the Heavenly Father protected me. Um, there was another time, I said, okay, I'm going to take a hop. Y'all know what a hop is? It's a bus. It's a little bus. This happens in the bus. It's from Killeen to Temple. I had finished my appointment in Temple. And then I'm traveling in the hop. It's a little bus. You pay like $1 to take you from city to city, or $2 at that time. And there's this man, and he's looking at me. And he's talking to me in Puerto Rican, and he says, "Tú eres uno de nosotros." He's like saying, "You're one of us." And then he's saying, "No lo quiero ser. I don't want to do it." It says, "Tú eres uno de nosotros. Yo no lo quiero ser." And in his hand, in his pocket, he's got his hand in his pocket. He's got an amulet in his pocket, and he's trying to tell me, "You're one of us. I don't want to do it." And I look at him, and he said, "Well, the only thing I can tell you is this. If you believe in Jesus Christ, then I'm one of you. But if you're telling me this because you're my enemy, I just want you to think about one thing. Think about your family. Think about your children. Think about the ones that you love. Please don't try to do nothing to me, because the people that have tried to do something against me, they're not here no more." He pulled his hand out of his pocket when the hop stopped at the next stop. He looked at me and he just walked away from me and got off and left. That's a spiritual battle, brothers and sisters. I'm just letting you know other things that I've gone through. There was another one. I was in a hop, and the hop stopped in Nolanville, Texas. There was a lady saying for a long time on the ride, saying, "It's my birthday, it's my birthday." And no, lady, "It's my birthday." And she was saying, "It's my birthday, celebrating, it's my birthday." And before we stopped, I looked at her and I say, "Happy birthday, ma'am." I say, God bless you on this precious day that you were born." The next thing you know, she's not saying happy birthday no more. She's standing there and she's just looking at me real mean, and I don't know why she's looking at me mean. And before she gets off the bus, she says, "You ruined my birthday." And the voice that came out of her wasn't the same voice that I was hearing the woman saying, "It's my birthday." She said I ruined her birthday. And when she got off the bus, I'm praying with her myself. She's just pointing at me. She's pointing like me, with his fingers, like she's trying to place a hex on me. But I'm just sharing with y'all some of the spiritual battles that I have gone through. With the spiritual gifts of discernment, that's what this show was about tonight. I'm not talking about all kinds of things. It's because through the spiritual gifts of discernment, you can tell who's who. That's what people understand. If you can tell what's within a person, then you can tell when something manifests. You can see right through it to tell if it's something real or something spiritual through the spiritual gifts of discernment. That's why I'm still here. That's why I do the works that I do. And for those that believe in other things, well, that's on them. I'm just going with what I've experienced, what I've survived, and I know what I've experienced, what I've survived, it's been more of a spiritual battle, and I've survived it through Jesus Christ. So of course, I'm going to talk about Jesus Christ, and I'm going to place Jesus Christ first. No matter whoever likes what I'm saying or whoever dislikes, because I'm just talking about what I've been through and why I'm still here, able to do this work. It's because of Jesus Christ. Yep, the Holy Spirit. Look, let's talk about the Holy Spirit a little bit. I've seen the Holy Spirit work in this manner, where there could be a person in front of me, right? The Holy Spirit enters a person, and the person say exactly what they're thinking about me. And what they're saying is not good. But the person doesn't know that that happened. Holy Spirit, that's what it does. It reveals your enemies, who your enemies are. And those people don't remember what they said because the Holy Spirit revealed it to you. I've had that happen to me numerous times. You know, some of those people, their intentions are not good. But you know, we're not. I'm not. I don't want to carry hatred towards. I rather have love towards people than any kind of hatred or anything like that. And sometimes it's not the people; it's what's within the people, right? The this unclean spirits that go into people that have spiritual openings. I say to you, if you're arguing or there's a argument between you and your significant other, your loved one, your boyfriend, don't focus on what's being said, because sometimes what's being said is not them. It's something else that's trying to cause you to have hatred and anger and caution. So what you do, you know, say I love you, and if you say I love you, and it stops, then you're gonna know then that it was something unclean that was trying to cause for you to be upset or find an opening. So you say I love you, and if they say I love you too, baby or hubby or whatever, then you're gonna know that it was something else working there that was trying to cause you to anger, so it can infiltrate more on you, on your husband, or within your household. Yes, I can sense things, sister, through the spiritual gifts of discernment. I felt that what I just said was meant for somebody that was here right now. But that's what it is. It's not really them. Um, because, you know, like I said, there's spiritual openings that this unseen forces can use because they want division, they want havoc, they want hatred, they want anger, because they want to take over the household. They want to take over the head of the household. And then once they take care of the household, because there's arguments and they're going back and forth because they're causing that and it's happening, then it takes control of everything else. You know, that's why you have to maintain your love foundation. And the person that loves you or that you love, he's got to be aware of that also. That when something like that happens, that you might say something to him in a negative way, for him to realize that there's other forces that are around that are trying to cause the chaos and division. You know, I see it a lot through the media. I don't watch the media. I see, you know, a lot of things. They're trying to make wrongs to right, and and if people are agreeing with the wrongs to the rights that they're trying to do, then they're having a spiritual opening by agreeing to that. You know, uh, that they can be infiltrated by agreeing to something, or even TV shows sometimes that it goes against things that are written in the commandments. You know, we have to. I've shut myself away from a lot of things. You know, just to protect my heart, my foundation, my family, my son, and I always talk about the love foundation. If I, because nobody's perfect, if I cash in feeling a certain way and things are trying to happen to me, I remember and I say, I'm sorry, babe. I love you. And she's like, I love you too, babe. Because it happens. Nobody's perfect, right? We're just here in the flesh. But if we don't train our spirits right now while we're in the flesh, how are we going to be able to ascend and make it into the kingdom of heaven if we don't practice what we preach? We have to practice what we preach. Oh yeah, sometimes how they enter into your home is because maybe they found an opening at work, or somebody argued with somebody in some kind of sensible way that it attached themselves to them. So for those that don't have are not close to with Jesus Christ, they're not going to know to say, I type on a rebuke you. If there's something negative here, keep away from me. So you know they have that attachment on them, or if they make contact with somebody, shook hands with somebody, and the person had an attachment, it transferred that to them, then it's going to follow them home. If they don't say, if there's something negative attached to me. You're not allowed in my house. Well, it's got a free entry because they're not saying that. So then activity starts picking up in the home because nobody's taking authority over it, right? Because they don't know that there's something in their home because they're not seeing it spiritually. That's why you have to take authority. That whoever's head of the household, if there's weird stuff happening in your home, you have to take authority over it and tell it to leave. You need to bless your home. You can holy water or olive oil, place 70 crosses on the windows and doorways. So if there's an unclean spirit in your home, and you take authority over it, and you ask it to leave, you say, "I tie by the rebuking Jesus Christ's name." It has to leave. It'll leave your home. And sometimes you have to do it 2 or 3 times because they don't think you're strong enough spiritually. But you have to stick to your spiritual weapon, which is love, and they leave your home, which the atmosphere changes, the people within the home change for the better. But yeah, I've seen it happen, brothers and sisters, all throughout my life. When this unclean spirits, demons come, they make all kinds of havoc in your home, uh, pounding on the walls. If their houses and pillars, pounding on your home, scratches on the windows, flying dishes, something running in your house. They're doing all that for the fear factor. Because, when you're young, you're a kid, you don't know how to fight spiritually. But when you grow, it's when you gain the wisdom and knowledge. So when they're causing all that kind of activity to happen, it's because they want you to be scared. Why? Because fear is a spiritual opening. That's why they do that. And if you start believing in it's something demonic and getting more power over your threshold, over your home. But you have to fight them. You have to fight spiritually. Uh, but I've been through all that. It's not a good feeling when your home is being infiltrated or attacked spiritually in that manner. Um, I was going to say one more thing. I think somebody left a comment here. Somebody said a comment, and I wanted to respond to that about something here. Good night, Sister Nellie. Uh, I want to talk a little bit deeper about what I'm speaking of when something infiltrates your home, because through contact or when it infiltrates a home, uh, there's numerous ways that it can do that. Uh, like I said, if you're going through something, whether you're depressed because something's not going your way, or you worry too much about something, that your mind starts wandering off. It could be, fighting. It could be that you're questioning yourself about a lot of things. When you're going through a lot of things like that, that's what it sees, that it's lurking, is just looking to find a spiritual opening to attach itself to you. Once it's attached to you, and if you don't have a closer relationship with Jesus Christ, when it enters your home, well, it's like a free entry. And I always give this example to people, because this happened to me numerous times. I could be in my bedroom going to sleep, and I hear a tapping, 3 tappings. Tap, tap, tap. I would say, "Oh, just a tapping sound." Following day comes, I hear 3 knocks. Tap, tap, tap. And I said, "It's got to be my imagination." Third day comes, you hear boom, boom, boom. How do you stop that? How do you stop that? The first time you hear the 1, 2, 3 tappings, you say, "I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name." You won't hear the knocking, and you won't hear the pounding. Uh, when something starts happening in your household, right? Instead of letting it get worse, take care of it immediately. That's why I bring that always as an example. You know, catch it before it grows, before it gets bigger. You catch it right there and then. When you catch it right there and then, it's kind of when you enter your home and things start happening. You're like, man, why did these things happen in your home? You like, for example, shadow figures, doors opening and closing. That's letting you know there's something has followed you home, something that's entered your home. So the first thing you're supposed to do is get it out, right? Take authority over it. Go into prayer. I just heard something over here. Go into prayer. You go to every room of your home. You track it down with your senses. Normally, it's always in the room that is the darkest. That's where that unclean spirit is, right? So when you bless your home, you place the spiritual crosses, and you order it to leave. It's got no jurisdiction over you, or over your household, or any of the family members, and you pray and pray, and type on the rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. Leave your home. Be outside for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Go back in your home. And when you go back in your home, when you know it's a successful cleansing, you will notice something different. The atmosphere is going to be different, which is you're going to feel safe. When you walk through all the rooms, especially the room that was the darkest, you're going to see light in there. That's when you know that the unclean spirit or whatever was in there is gone out of your house. Sometimes there's some that get injured, right? Which still leave traces of what seems to be blood on the walls. They try to hide on picture frames or pictures because that's like an image. So sometimes some of those damaged spirits or leave blood traces on like the picture frames, on the chandeliers or light fixtures, right? So what you do, you cleanse all that. That's letting you know that there's still something in your house. So you go back into prayer again and take a covenant and give it no choice but to leave. Leave the front door open or the back door open. Tell it to leave, and it'll leave. But yes, I can help out a lot of people spiritually. This is the works that I do. This is what I do. I've been doing it for a very long time. Um, I've helped out a lot of people spiritually when they're going through things, and I know, no, this is YouTube. Just like I do spiritual works and I'm talking about Jesus Christ, there's people that do not believe in that. So they see this video and they're going to see me as the enemy. But I'm not nobody's enemy. I'm just trying to awaken everybody, even the enemy. Think about this. This is something for you to think about. When you get promised something because you get a magic book and you're thinking that you're doing magic, or you make a deal with something that's unseen. They say it's going to give you some kind of power or something of that nature, right? So I could be here standing outside, for example, looking at this, right? Because I think I got some kind of power. So I look at it and I said, I'm going to make it move. And it moves like an inch or two. You know, I was like, oh, I got some kind of power. But what if I were to tell you that these demonic forces are deceiving you? You see, the 1/3 that fell from the heaven, and anything that was created by the Watchers, which were the Nephilim or disembodied Nephilim, which are demons now. What if I were to tell you that the powers that say they can give you, but what's causing the movement or what you think might be magic is just demonic forces, because they lured you into thinking that they gave you some kind of power. But it's never too late for you to change your ways, to find Jesus Christ, because that's the one that can bless you with the spiritual gifts of discernment, which are a lot greater than anything that is fallen. As a matter of fact, the things that are fallen that you worship, you're greater than that. They're trying to make you think you're not, but you are. How? I'm going to tell you how. because what has fallen cannot make it into the kingdom of heaven. But the chosen one, the children of God, which is us, which is you, can still make it into the kingdom of heaven by placing Jesus Christ first. When that time comes of judgment, all those things that people believe in that have fallen, but the worship, they're going to go into the lake of fire. But you still have a chance to make it into the kingdom of heaven. I'm just here talking as brother spiritual Abe. Anybody that's got a spirit, I'm just sharing my wisdom and knowledge with you. I'm just letting you know they hate mankind. When the watchers created the Nephilim was destroying all of God's creation because they were not created by God, but they hated God, which are the demons right now. That's why the flood got created, to destroy the Nephilim. They got destroyed, so the Nephilim became disembodied Nephilim, which we know as demons. What abilities do they have? Well, they can manifest into anything. They can mimic anything. They can put thoughts in your head which are negative, which is like mind control, or should I say, trying to get you to believe in your own thoughts, because you're gifted already. So you have the gift to pray for somebody and heal somebody. You have the gift also, if something bad is being placed in your mind, you have the gift of cursing somebody. That's why when a bad thought comes into your mind, what do? Like I've been saying all through the video, brothers and sisters, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. Get the unclean thought out of your head. That's not you thinking. That's something that's being planted in your head spiritually. I'm here, and you're in the time of the enemy speaking right now, because Jesus 24 hours, right? So I'm here making this video in their time frame with my Love Foundation. Whether it's a beacon of love, I'm here, you know. The reason I'm here right now is because I slept all day and I'm wide awake. But anyways, yeah, the demons are afraid. They dislike us because we're God's children. We're created under His image, and we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. The demons don't have that opportunity because they were not created by God. They were created by the watchers, which they're demons. So they will never make it into the kingdom of heaven. So their job is to create chaos and havoc here amongst the living. They want to cause division, to cause the havoc and chaos. Evolving demons. I don't know about evolving demons. To me, anything that is created from the fallen is, we're greater than that because we are God's children. If we wasn't strong, because we're created in God's image, if we wasn't strong through Jesus Christ, right? So we place Him first always, right? When I would say to maybe an unclean spirit that's in front of me, if I were to say, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name, and nothing would happen, even though I have the faith, even though I have the spiritual gifts of discernment, then maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I know spiritually, right, I've fought spiritually as I place Jesus Christ first. I've overcome the enemy. It doesn't matter what kind of enemy it is, or you're saying about an evolved demon or something like that. We overcome it through love, through Jesus Christ. I know there's people, you got mass murderers, people that they think they have some kind of power or some kind of demon that they worship that's giving them some kind of strength. They use the fear factor. If you take away the fear factor, you take away the hatred, the anger, the unforgiveness, well, And those people that will be thinking that way, they'll be like me right now with the love foundation, because that wouldn't exist. Imagine if Adam and Eve wouldn't fall into sin, how this world would be right now with no sin. There would be no sin. Everything, the one third that fell would be in the heavens, but it didn't happen that way, right? That's why life is the way it is right now. Thank you. Yeah, God is a loving God. When Jesus went into hell to get his people, he went in there with the love foundation. When his spirit went in there and got the people that were trapped in there out of there with the love foundation. When you have a love foundation and that light in you, whatever is there can't harm your brothers and sisters. That's your protection. That's a protection that everybody's going to need when the time comes that certain things are going to happen, right? That's one thing that I noticed, that a lot of people want to spread fear here, fear there. Oh, the what was it? The eclipse. This is going to happen. There's going to be this and that. The rod is going to rise. All this. They want to think about negative things, in which, to me, they need when they say all these negative things that are going to happen, it's like, man, where's your faith? Have faith in Jesus Christ. That's what we pray for, things like that not to happen. We place Jesus Christ first for things not to happen in that nature, because he protects us. It's kind of like, I can share a story with y'all. There was a couple that used to go walking with me at nighttime. We used to walk at night, like 10 miles a night, and we were walking, and they asked me, Abe, what's the worst thing you've seen? And I said, well, I really don't know, nothing right now. And then she's like, the wife said, I saw a boy get eaten by a shark. The man says, well, I saw somebody die while I was training. And I said, what's the worst have you seen? I said, well, I've seen a lot of things in life, but I know when I've seen certain things or been in certain situations that I place Jesus Christ first. When I'm involved in a situation and I pray, but I've seen a lot of bad things spiritually. And they're like, well, we don't believe in Jesus Christ. I said, really? I said, well, I do believe in Jesus Christ. As we're walking, and so the only way we can believe in Jesus Christ is if he will show us something. Then maybe we might believe in Jesus Christ. So as we're walking, there's some thunderstorm clouds up in the air and stuff, and it starts raining. There's some cold water raining on us, and we're still walking. As I'm walking in front of them, I notice a dark cloud in front of us, which looks like a tornado. I'm from Texas. Next thing you know, I hear them, because I prayed for God to show them something, right? I prayed to show them something, and they said that if you show them something that will follow you. I prayed with them. So we're walking and we see nothing but blackness in front of us. And next thing you know, I hear the woman or the wife yelling, I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn. As I turn around to look, she's holding her husband from her hands. His feet are elevated up in the air like something's picking him up, in the air. I see the tornado, and they're like, oh, it's a tornado, it's a tornado. And I looked at him and said, where's your faith? So I start praying the Our Father to the Our Father. Next thing you know, the tornado is gone. He's back on the ground, and they run. They take off running. 2 weeks pass by. They come to my house. They're like, we just want to talk to you about something. What we were talking about and what we're seeing. We talked amongst each other. What we're seeing, what we're experiencing was not real. They're like, it was not real. What we seen, my husband being elevated in there, it wasn't real. And I was like, really? It wasn't real? Well, that's not what I seen. I seen you saying, I believe you don't want to burn. Your husband was yelling because he was elevated in the air. We prayed that day for Jesus Christ to show you that he does exist. I believe he showed you he existed. So it's kind of like this. Sometimes you you can show something to somebody that of his existence, but at the bottom line is going to be upon the person to have the belief and faith in him. You know, you imagine you pray for something to happen so they can see, and he shows them that, and they'll wind up. This guy reminds me of when Moses crossed the people for the slaves across the Red Sea, and when they went across the Red Sea, the slaves start worshiping other things, and look at the things that happened to them. You know, you figure they see so many miraculous things that there is a higher power over us that they're going to change their ways. But that's the way life is sometimes. You know. Somebody says he didn't protect my people. Who's this? Stoner's Code. I don't know who. That's the first time I see here, Stoner. I don't know what you're talking about. Protect your people. Or are you talking about? I don't know. Stoner Cold. And I've seen a lot of things spiritual throughout my life, but I'm just sharing some, my experience with y'all. You talking about the pharaohs? The pharaohs? The pharaohs, they got those powers. The powers that they got was from what was already here on earth, which was the Watchers and the Fallen. There was, if you see the way the pyramids look, you go to any other culture of any other country. Mexico is an example of that. They have pyramids also built also over there, not like the pyramids from the pharaohs, but they have pyramids there. The Watchers, some call them the Apakulu. What the brother George Turner calls them a certain name also, the Anunnaki. Well, those are the Watchers. Those are the Watchers that God placed here on earth to watch over mankind. But instead of watching over mankind, they slept with women. They created the Nephilim. That's why the flood came and all this destruction happened, right? The Nephilim got destroyed, but the Anunnaki, what they were doing with the tribes, right, with all that, what they were doing was this: they were deceiving the kings of those areas or the leaders of those areas. They were telling them, in order for them to have crops or in order for them to have good weather, they had to sacrifice people. Do you get where I'm getting from? They had to kill people. So they seen sacrifice people by beheading them, bloodshed of thousands and thousands of people, that was a good thing. But you see, the Anunnaki, the Apakulu, which is the Watchers, they was already going against God, right? It was already going against God or gone against God. Their children got destroyed by God. So they're there set in place to deceive people. So all these people that they're killing, they're collecting souls, right? That's what they do. They're collecting the souls. So a lot of people that belong to these cultures, they were sacrificing innocent people, right, for the crops, for the weather, and whatever was being told to the leaders, in which you could assume that there was necromancy and witchcraft involved there, that was taught by the Watchers, which are demonic, and that's how a lot of things spread throughout our world. You're talking about the natives. Well, that's what everybody was back in the day. The people from the pyramids that are in Mexico, they're natives too. They wasn't born here in the United States, but they're natives in their culture also. But let's talk about natives. You want to talk about natives? Let's talk about the natives. Uh, a lot of the native elders, they understand that when people call something Bigfoot, they know that's a demonic entity. The shamans knew that Bigfoots or anything that manifests to look beastly is a demonic entity. That's where their garments, when they dress, they put on different masks of different beasts, right? Because they figured that in order to fight something that looks beastly, they have to dress beastly. So that's how they will fight spiritually. A lot of the natives got lured the wrong way through witchcraft and necromancy. So it wasn't really God that was doing anything wrong to the natives. It was what they were practicing. Uh, there was a lot of them that that were into cannibalism, right? The things that happened to the people from man. Now that right there, I agree that there was a lot of innocent bloodshed, but there was a lot of innocent bloodshed everywhere. In Mexico, a lot of people died in a horrific way. Imagine, at least people that get to fight, they get to fight. These guys were like slaves, and they were beheaded. You know, uh, beheaded. You could say disemboweled. They tried tragically, but yes, there's a lot of things within the native culture. You're talking about the U.S. There was some that were cannibalistic, that there were short the trades of witchcraft and necromancy, in which I think there was the natives here in Central Texas, Tonkawa, uh, that they will call them dirty Indians, because the only thing they knew was to hunt. So that wasn't about the crops; they were just about the hunt. So this natives here, what they were doing was killing, like the Cherokee, the Apache. They were killing them, killing family members, right, of those people, which they got targeted here in Central Texas. That they came for them, and they were massacring all those natives. They were cannibals. The government had to intervene and interfere from that massacre. It was native against native. You know how when you hear black on black crime, natives against natives, they were fighting against each other. The government intervenes and protects the ones that were being murdered, which was the cannibals. So they moved them to Oklahoma. They moved them to Oklahoma for their own protection, because they were attacked and a lot of people died. A lot of natives died. Then in Oklahoma, they start doing the same things they were doing in Texas. Start cannibalizing people, killing people. So the people from the governor from Oklahoma didn't want them there no more, because they were going after them over there. So they sent them back to Texas. Well, when the rest of the natives found out they were here in Texas, they came after them and started killing them again. The government intervened. The remainder of what survived from those natives, they moved them to Oklahoma and New Mexico. That's what's their last place where they moved to now. So we're talking about cannibalism. Say, when somebody eats human flesh, they become what? Wendigos, right? They practice the dark arts, made deals with demons. They become shapeshifter skinwalkers. But imagine a three-factor: shapeshifter, skinwalker, Wendigo. Well, a lot of the sightings of this shapeshifter skinwalkers and Wendigos, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and Oklahoma. You track it down to those natives called that I just mentioned. That's where that comes from. So there's been a lot of native blood also. It's not just about uh, the frontiers or nothing like that. There's been a lot of things happening, and some other natives were doing a lot of evil acts. It's kind of like they're running around like gangs, running around gangs doing things. I'm more sure there was a lot of innocent people that died too, that through the frontiers that where it got scalped. There were scalped people, eat people alive. That's not good. I just wanted to put that out to you, that it wasn't just about certain things, certain events. There's been a lot of events that happen in that nature. We respect the native Indian burial grounds that are here in Central Texas, like in Fort Hood, up on the ranges. I never went up there out of respect because, that's a native burial ground. But do they exist around us spiritually? Yeah. I've witnessed a shapeshifter skinwalkers. Well, I'm just speaking to you truthfully, brother. Stoner Code. That's what I've experienced. That's what I've witnessed, and I'm speaking in truth. There was a story because the natives from here, they were working with the U.S. cavalry scouts when there were horse regiments. The story was told by the scout that they had captured a Cherokee Indian, right? So he was trying to find the natives that were the scouts for the Cav. They couldn't find them, or the prisoner. So when he finally found them, right, they found them eating him, cannibalizing him. They were into cannibalism, which is not good. That's demonic in nature, man. Just speaking the truth. I don't care what kind of dance a native does. That's demonic in nature, man. Cannibalism is. That's why there's shapeshifter, skinwalker. You can make all the excuses that you want, but when you eat a heart, that's cannibalism. That's demonic. That's demonic in nature. Cannibalism. And there's another one. I'm gonna share another, and it's dealing with this same natives that I speak about from this area. There were of the other side, the practice of there were of demonic in nature. When they were being attacked by the Cherokee and the Apache, that they formed together to come after them, instead of dying out of their hands, the head of the household will grab all the family members and they will form a circle by holding hands. He will cut their wrist. Huh? They all will bleed. They all died, right? Because of suicide. But out of the circle that they were holding hands from the spilled blood that will fall on the ground, they say that when the sun would rise, the one would rise, which is they would call it like a demigod, but it was like a dark shadow figure. And he had the ability to manifest into any form using Mother Nature because of the spilled blood. So what it does is cause chaos and havoc because of the blood ritual sacrifice. So when you hear about curses of area, well, things like that happen where there was spilled blood through sacrifice, in which there's the entities or whatever you want to call them, they suffer stuff because of that. Who okay, I'm going to tell you like this. Who want to kill their own family in that nature? Maybe they didn't believe in Jesus Christ, or maybe they believe in other things. But who in their right mind will take out their family, But I don't know the situation, how it was when they were being killed. But the other natives, the other natives were mad because they killed their family members in that manner. Cannibalism. So they wanted vengeance. That's why they came for them. I'm just talking to y'all here of what I know spiritually. I don't have nothing against the native people in any kind of way. It doesn't matter what kind of I have native blood in me. a different kind of native blood. Me, he's not from here, from the United States. I have native blood in me, as you can see. Look, I'm just talking to y'all spiritually. I'm not trying to compete against anybody. I'm just speaking the spiritual truth of what I witnessed within the balance of the unseen forces that are around us. Skinwalkers, shapeshifters. I call them DDNs, disembodied demonic Nephilim. The Legion. We can combine tales. We combine tales of comparisons of native tales, native folklore that is the same of what I grew up with. You know, that's simple. But the only thing is, from those natives, that from where I come from, we don't got, how should I say, what is it? What am I trying to say? We don't got nothing given to us, right? A lot of the natives, everything is given to them by the government. They have casinos, they have all kinds of things because of what the people endured back in the day, right? A lot of things are given to them. Right? They're not given to them, but it's only given to certain people where I guess you could say there was massacres of some sort because they were fighting with the government or whatever the case might be that happened a long time ago. But I'm just talking about spiritually. That's a whole different topic than anybody given something to. John the Baptist, are you John the Baptist from back in the day from the Bible or something? I mean, I don't know. And that's what you're calling yourself, uh, John the Baptist. Uh, I'm just saying straight up stories, man. I'm just being straight up. I'm not gonna talk bad about any native peoples or anything like that. All I know is what's within. Since I live where there's native Indian burial grounds, I see the spiritual activity. I have native blood in me, but like I said, I come from a different area in this, near the borders. If you look at my grandmother and my grandfather, they look native. I have the spiritual gifts of discernment. I know about all these things. I'm just saying, I'm just talking in general of stories. So you went from talking about the natives, now you're talking about the Europeans that were pagans. Paganism. You want to talk about paganism? That's what you're telling me? Uh, did you know that the paganisms were affiliated with the Roman Catholics? Did you know that, Brother John Baptist? Did you know that they were affiliated with the Roman Catholics, or some of the emperors from the Roman Catholics? Did you know that the pagans had a mountain, and in that mountain, to get to the top of that mountain, because they would do ritual sacrifices, that each level that they passed through the mountain, I'm talking about paganism, right? Each level that they walked through the mountain, they had to perform a certain ritual. So by the time the person that got to the top of the mountain, that person was a sacrifice. That they would place a person on a little altar. They cut the wrist, the neck, and the blood would spill in a certain location where there was certain symbols. And then after they did the sacrifice of that individual, they would grab the body and burn the body. Did you know that about the pagans, Mr. John Baptist? That's paganism. That's satanic. That's what they performed. You know, Catholics allowed. Listen to me. Catholics allowed people of other beliefs to join the Catholic Church. When they created the Catholic Church, just like the people from Mexico, they allowed people that believe in other things to enter their church because they wanted to get people to worship. Didn't matter what kind of worship it was they were worshiping. So when you see all this idolism of females and stuff like that, a lot of uh, people in Mexico worship female goddesses. Other cultures worship other things, in which you can see them within the Catholic Church. There's some pictures you can see where the people possessed, where they look demonized. So what else is in there? Witches, warlocks that are infiltrating the church, and they think, and they got Jesus Christ up there, but what are they really worshiping? They will bring people to worship what they wanted to worship. That's why if you go to the Catholic Church sometimes, that you're able to see these unclean spirits roaming around in there, because there's people that are going in there believing something else instead of Jesus Christ. John the Baptist, I got on my group, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, on YouTube, on Facebook. I got the name of the natives, of those local natives here in Central Texas that were doing that were cannibalizing the people. They were real tall natives, real tall natives. All I know them as, they were called dirty Indians because they were lazy. The only thing they knew was to hunt, and they didn't want to do no crops. But those are the natives that the scouts use. I'm thinking they were called Carwancas or Tankawans or something like that in Central Texas. I can't remember the name on top of my head. But I placed an article there about them where they said they were they were into cannibalism. It's not about percentages wise, man. It's not it's all the things about percentage, about people being a certain percentage. That means nothing, man. That means nothing. It's about who we are as an individual, as a person, right? I know the same things that certain tribes would do, we would do. So it's not about that, It's about who we are as individuals. It's about where we stand spiritually. It's about what we want to believe in. It's kind of like I had to let go of a lot of things that were shown to me from the past that I didn't agree on. For example, the machismo, where the men have to eat first. The men have to do everything first. The women have to sit to the side while the man ate on the table, right? Or the woman is not supposed to say nothing until the man says they're allowed to say something. I don't believe in that. I believe that if you're with somebody, it should be 50-50. There's a lot of things of the past that a lot of people were doing wrong, right? That people are not following suit with that, and they've chosen their own path in life. I don't know what you're talking about, Stoner Cole. I'm just talking about skinwalkers, shapeshifters, wendigos. You're mad because I don't know. I still don't understand where you're coming from, man. You're talking about, and you want to talk about pagans? I told you about pagans. If you're a pagan, well, I'm sorry. If you're believing in that, that's what that's about. You should believe in Jesus Christ, man. I think John the Baptist is just, I think it was the other guy I ran off earlier. I'm not sure. It's funny. The indigenous people were everywhere. What do you think the Mayans are, man? What do you think Mayans are? Do you think they were Mexicans? They were indigenous people, man. Uh, okay, Mr. John. I don't want to do this, but you're giving me no choice, man. I'm trying to be nice, man, just having a conversation here, and you're just coming at me with all kinds of rudeness instead of listening to what I have to say. So there you go. We took care of John the Baptist. God bless you, John the Baptist. You know what happened to John the Baptist back in the day, but let's be nice. John the Baptist is gone. The troll of John the Baptist is gone. We took care of him. He didn't want to make. He don't know how to come at me. He's talking about he's pagan. Then he's talking about his native. Then he's talking about all this other kind of things. He don't know. He just don't want to listen to what I have to say spiritually. He wants to bring. He wants to bring culture and religion into it, when I'm just trying to share stories, spiritual stories, to my brothers and sisters. But I got rid of John the Baptist. How should I say? God bless him. Hopefully he'll understand that what I'm saying is nothing that's offensive to anybody. What I'm just trying to say is something spiritual. Just like when the natives do the powwows, they go in there when somebody might have an attachment on them. They go in there, they smoke. Through the smoke, they can see things, and they're able to help the people that might be spiritually attacked. In the Spanish culture, we have the same thing. They have different things. In the Spanish culture, we have the cure of the eye, where we can get an egg, right? Somebody has a negative attachment on them, or they have a fever, or the people feel that they're being attacked spiritually. We grab that egg, do the sign of the cross all through the body, and we're praying against whatever is spiritually attacking them. After we do the prayer, we crack the egg and put it in a glass with water. Within the glass of the water, what's supposed to happen, whatever is causing them wrong, goes into the egg, right? The maldad, the evil, goes into the egg, in which sometimes things happen to the egg of that nature that the person becomes better. There's so many different things that I can compare, right? I'm just saying that it's the same thing, man. It's just different different ways of handling things spiritually. In Spanish, we got the curanderos, no different than the shamans. Same thing, doing spiritual work, trying to heal people. I sent poor John away because I don't know what was the matter with him, man. It's like I felt that he was just trying to interrupt, saying I'm offending his people and all that. But shit, if I've offended somebody because I have a Maintain Love Foundation and do my spiritual works, well, I'm already facing all these other things: the skinwalkers, the shapeshifters, the DDN, the demonic entities, fighting spiritually with the Love Foundation. Brother John wasn't going to get me upset. I just took him off because I didn't see nothing good coming out of the comments that it was saying. We talk about pagan. I told him about pagans, what I know about paganism, what they do. I'm sorry, that I'm just putting that out there. What do you think? There's skinwalkers and shapeshifters and wendigos? Well, because what were they practicing, right? What were they practicing? What were they doing? Those that are wendigos, what were they doing? Cannibalizing. Shapeshifters and skinwalkers, witchcraft and necromancy. That's where they get their power from, right? Yeah, poor John the Baptist. I've seen there was another guy here earlier that was saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and I had to take them off. I mean, I don't like taking off people, because I'm trying to share my wisdom and knowledge. Like Brother John said that offending his people and all this stuff. I carry minerals with me for protection. Uh, I got a piece of selenite here for protection. I got a piece of black tourmaline here for protection. The black tourmaline keeps away negative energies. Negative energies away. I guess it didn't work tonight because negative. Battle was trying to bring negative energy this way. That's why I had to block them. Yeah, the shaman, the indigenous people, right? There were when people were sick, or people were dying, sick or dying, right? They were dressed in their garments, in the gear of what they knew, right? What was taught to them. They would place rocks in a circle, a big circle, and place a person that was either sick or injured in the circle. So they is doing this little ritual thing around them, trying to get either to heal them or to help them cross over. That's what they will form the circles for healing, or for when somebody was going to cross over. If you look into to shamans, you see the different beastly forms that they will manifest themselves to by the garments that they wear. Right? Some will have the face of buffalo, some will wear like a deer, some will have like different masks also that they will put on. That's what they would do. That's their culture. That's what they would do. Well, I'm not trying to trash your people, man. I'm just speaking the truth in this. I have nothing against nobody. So your buddy was the one I took off Stoner Code. You call yourself Stoner's Code, so I'm thinking it's a fake profile. You say you're native, so I figure you would have a native name of some sort, like Little Bigfoot, or Flying Crow, or something. But you got Stoner's Code as you saying you're claiming that I'm trashing your people, that you're native, but I don't think you're native. Just by the name that you got here. At least I don't hide for who I am. I say who I am. I don't have a fake profile like you, Stoner's Code. You call yourself Stoner's Code. You sound trashing your people. Well, since you're saying that, I'm going to let you join your brother, your John the Baptist, which I don't see how John the Baptist is religious or native, or you're native with talking about weed. So there you go. You're out. Anyways, I think that's enough of excitement for right now. I've done deleted another person that's claiming I'm offending them when you don't even have a native name. Doesn't have a real profile. I don't know. But anyways, I just want to say thank y'all for tuning in tonight. God bless every one of y'all and your families. And if I offended anybody, well, I didn't mean to offend anybody. I'm sorry that you took it the wrong way. I'll say it to you like this: Montana Love Foundation, God bless you, and y'all have a beautiful, blessed evening. Thank y'all for tuning in. Subscribe, hit the like button. Always Montana Love Foundation. And no matter what the situation is, if you feel that there's anger or something trying to come your way, use love to overcome it. God bless you. A simple God bless you, I love you, will clean the atmosphere into a positive atmosphere, and good things will happen. Thank you all, Ivy, Amy, everybody to tune in. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Peace, everybody.